All right, guys, don't forget 106.9 on the FM dials today. 106.9 on the FM dials. That's where you get to hear my lovely voice all day. It's kind of like nails on a chalkboard. But at least I don't get yelled at too badly out here. 106.9 on your FM dial if you want to hear us all day. 106.9. We got 18 minutes till we're going to start racing. The ambulance is here. The track's getting prepped. The weather's good. We got no wind, barely a breeze. Apparently, I'm not allowed to say the word out loud. I'm supposed to say the W word, but I'm sure some female will give me crap over that too. Yep, I just got the dirty eye from one. Oh, that looks like Amanda Jasic-Flamin rolling into the pit. Thanks for all your hard work on designing the posters, taking care of the design for the event. Thank you. Thank you. Turned out great. It looks fine. But you know what I would have done? I wouldn't have done anything different. Mine would have looked like two stickmen holding up a flag. And thank you to Ashley Woodvine Photography for supplying the perfect pictures. She made the official poster. I was misinformed.
No, I just made the little, this guy's in this class and this guy's in that class. Those ones. The ones on Facebook. Yeah.
Oh, you were the Facebook genius.
Yeah, but the fancy poster.
Oh, the fancy poster. Ashley Woodvine Photography, thank you very much for designing a lovely poster. They are beautiful. They're fantastic. And they're up there at the table with our limited edition SAR Heads Up Havoc t-shirts. You guys, it looks like we got a couple empty boxes. If you want to get one, I would suggest you probably consider it sooner than later. Ashley, I was misinformed. Well, I saw you looking, and that's why I went. That's what I was told. Oh, okay. How do people get your pictures?
They can just, actually, I now have a
Website?
Yep. Where they can purchase directly online, or they can still message me and
AshleyWoodvinePhotography.com or Ashley Woodvine.
Ashley.
You get it on a card?
It's actually, no, because I literally just got the website up last week.
So if I Google it, I'll find it.
No, I don't think you will. And it's hard.
All right, guys, it's almost time. All SIR staff to their positions, please. We're going to be getting underway shortly. All SIR staff to their positions. 650 class. You guys can start getting your cars ready.
Souvenir booth is open.
And the souvenir booth is open. I believe Doreen is taking care of that today. Go in and check out our new swag for 2025 and some of the old swag. I heard there's a couple of vintage t-shirts with a yellow Chevelle on the back. And I think he might even be here to autograph it. Well, that's the rumor I heard anyways. I don't know.
Oh, there.
All right, guys, just to remind you, the run order today, the first class will be the 650. Next class will be the Real Steel Big Tire. Next class will be the Extreme Big Tire. And then we're going to do a little bit of prep. And then the next class, Extreme Small Tire. The next class, Small Tire Streetcar. The next class will be the Tailgaters. And the last class will be the 750 OMG. The Swift Current boys are here. He just tried to grab my unit. Ryan Hurl, Bob Schaefer, welcome to our facility. How's your day?
Excellent. Great day. It's about to get a lot better.
It's nice to see you guys here. Do you guys have a car in the event?
No, I sold mine. I was registered for it, but it's in new owner's hands right now. So, no, we just come up to spectate this weekend.
Very, very nice. 650 class, lanes 5 and 6. Here's your first call. 650 class, lanes 5 and 6. Check your tires, get your gear, and let's roll. Ryan, where's your car today?
My car is gone.
You sold the turbo?
It's got a new owner.
Oh, my God. Well, I haven't seen it here yet. I did see the Bob Schaefer Firebird. You made a young man very, very, very happy. He's been out here a few times with the car. He's getting the hang of it, and he's loving this bracket racing. Thanks for joining us, boys. I got to get upstairs. 650 class, you've been called. Lanes 5 and 6, 650 class. Let's rock and roll. Lanes 5 and 6. .650 class, lanes 5 and 6. .650 class, lanes 5 and 6. You've been called. Anything else you need me to remind people if you got a break, pull over to the side of the track, that kind of thing? Just make sure that's it. You'll go right away at the top. And there's what, 3 tests? After that, we'll take a 15 or 20. What do you want? Yeah, because I got to feed my staff. Done. Okay, I'll keep that in mind for sure. Yeah. Thank you. You need something else? I'll keep this on me, eh? All right, staging lanes 5 and 6. And who did I call? I called the 650 class. Good morning, Medivie Ambulance. How are you? Good. Can we get a radio? You want a radio? 106.9 on your FM dial. Is that what you want, or you want one of these? Hey, Sean, can we give Medivie a radio? Okay, done. I'll go check on it. Thanks again to Medivie Ambulance Services for coming out here and always having our back for these events. We've only needed you a couple times, but man, I appreciate having you guys here. All right, I'm back in the booth here. Can everybody hear me? I'm going to try this again. Is that any better? Can you guys hear me? Anyone? Anyone? I don't know. All right, 650 class. Looks like you're loading up lanes 5 and 6. Trickling into 3 and 4. 650 class, you've been called. We're going to get underway any second here. So let's be ready and stay on top of it. We're going to have a great day of racing out here. All right, thanks again to Ashley Woodvine Photography for coming out. If you are interested in any of the pictures or prints or pics, you can actually do it all online now on our new website, ashleywoodvinephotography.shootproof.com. She's also on Facebook for Ashley Woodvine Photography. You can purchase these directly on the website, or you could track her down and stalk her a little bit on Facebook, or send her a message on Messenger. She also accepts e-transfer, and they'll be sent directly out to you. How about that technology, right? You're going to trust somebody to send you a picture? The last time I did that, they got rejected and flagged at the post office, so I wasn't allowed to get any pictures sent to me, apparently. Not from Ashley, I'm just saying, from other people. Those 1-900 sites always lead you astray somehow. Somehow they always get my credit card number. I don't know. All right, we're going to be getting underway shortly here. Looks like we are locked and loaded. We got most of our cars, if not all of them, in staging. 650 class. Have any stragglers out there? Tighten your lug nuts, check your air. Jump in, grab your gear, and let's go. Tyson Daranoski, a reminder to keep it clean today, please. There are children at this event. Children know what it is, buddy. There's an internet now. There was no internet when I was a kid. There wasn't even Windows when I was a kid. Windows 95. What was the first one? Windows 95? Oh my God. I was already kicked out of school 5 times by then. Same? Yeah, same. So you understand it. All right, we got the mullet shaker up front. And what's he going to run today? I'm going to say first out of the gate, let's go with a 653 with a 2. How does that sound? Yeah, we'll take that. Mr. Bodner brought the slow car today. And I call it the slow car because his fast car is fast. I see his crew chief standing in front of the car. Lori's taking care of him again this weekend. I think I see, is that a Dodge Demon sitting up there? Lauren Krieger, did you change classes? Are you in the 650 class? You did, double classed. Atta boy. Atta boy. Man, there is a lot of fine automobiles on this property today. A lot of money on this property today as well. A lot of power. Great turnout for a Virgin event. Can I say Virgin? Virgin event, first time event, first annual event. There, we'll go with the first annual Heads Up Havoc here at SIR. Thanks again to Cody Rousseau, Russ Flamin, and Amanda Jasic Flamin for putting on this event and making it possible. And who else do we thank? We always thank our sponsors. BBJ 5-Star out of Regina, Big Burst Tavern out of Dundurn, Ross Electric out of Saskatoon, Poor Boys Customs out of Weyburn, Sewer and Poland Mechanical out of Saskatoon, Queen City Auto Body, Russ Flamin and Agri Services, servicing Regina and area, GB Construction out of Weyburn, Triumph Construction out of Saskatoon, Ram Excavation out of Prince Albert, Valley Boys Plumbing and Heating out of Lumsden and Craven area, Tech 7 Auto Repair in Saskatoon, Link Trailers in Regina, Ashley Woodvine Photography out of Saskatoon, LB Signs out of Saskatoon, High Tech Profiles out of Regina, Tech Brothers Performance and Pilot Butte, and Dyna Crane Services out of Regina. We're already getting some wanderers here. I'm not sure what time the beer garden's open. If anybody feels generous, I would love one up here today. I don't know if I'm allowed to say beer. And a cool, responsible, refreshing adult beverage. That we can do. Apparently we need 3 up here. Yes, yes, yes. Our team members up top, we only need 2. We need 2. And once again, a big thank you to Andy McElwee for giving Justin Haru an extra little bit of help this week and getting his car ready for this weekend. He is pumped and very grateful for the help. So thanks again to Andy McElwee from Justin Haru. And our limited edition Heads Up Havoc t-shirts are still for sale. There is a couple of empty boxes already. We had a little bit of a rush. And yeah, we managed to get rid of quite a few of them today. We appreciate the support. The girls do have a tip jar, but it looked like it was empty. But that Tyson Daranoski fellow was hanging out a little bit close, so he might have double dipped. All right, I think I hear the first rumblings. All righty. That is Stephen Funk in the right-hand lane, 1967 Camaro. And I think it's Lauren Krieger in the Dodge Demon in the left-hand lane. 2018 Dodge Demon out of Viscount, Saskatchewan. You guys don't forget when you go up to line, I know we do have some gravel and loose asphalt in our pits. Please check your wheel wells on the way up here. Lucifer came crawling out and she dumped quite a bit of gravel behind the car. So, all right, we're off and we're going. Reaction time goes to the Camaro in the right-hand lane, topping up the 8th mile. It's going to be the Camaro, 658 at 105 mile an hour. The Demon in the left-hand VP fuel lane is going to be running a 677 at 103 mile an hour. Always nice to get that first one out. All right, you gotta love the sound of the horsepower. Left-hand lane, we got Jamie Marjoram out of Saskatoon in the 89 Ford Mustang. And in the right lane, welcome to Nathan Seibel. Thanks again for making another trip to his second event on our track out of Swift Current, 1985 Mercury Capri. It says here in his tech card that Capri only has a straight 6 in it. I don't know. 092 reaction time for the Capri. And out through the top end of the 8, 692 for the Capri. Mustang runs a 680. Guys, just remember too, if there's an issue with the car, you got partways down the track, you hear something you don't like or something goes pop or bang, we're going to remember to pull over to the side of the track so we don't drag the oil. We don't want to drag oil, transmission fluid, or antifreeze going down the track. So just remember, we're going to pull over if something goes wrong with the car, and we will come fetch you. A reminder to everybody, please no drinking in the pits. If you want to drink, go to the beer gardens. Put your cans away and don't mess up our good time here. You want to drink, go somewhere else where it's safe and protected. Do not drive around the pits with beer in your hand, please. I know, no fun, right? Left-hand lane, we got Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, 63 Pontiac Acadian. Right-hand lane, we got John Martin out of Port Prairie, Manitoba, in the 91 Mustang. Reaction time goes to the Acadian, taking out the top of the 8th mile. Acadian, 644. He does a bit of a breakout at 107 mile an hour. Right-hand lane will finish up for the Mustang with a 658 101 mile an hour. And a reminder, if you want your 50-50 tickets, they are on sale in the souvenir booth today. Doreen said she'd love to take your cash. Ooh, a little father-son team here. All right, Austin Samoleski in the left-hand lane, driving the 81 Camaro. Corey, the Big Daddy Samoleski in the right-hand lane, 1973 Camaro. Beautiful, beautiful yellow car. 054 reaction time. Buddy bobbles it out to the left, gathers it back up and out the top. Right-hand lane still takes a stripe. Buddy runs a 698. Austin in the left-hand lane runs a 678 and a 99 mile an hour. All right, here in the left-hand lane, Ian Yawarenko out of Battleford, Saskatchewan, 2023 Ford F-150. And the right-hand lane, we got Mr. Kevin Wilms out of Hepburn, Saskatchewan, 1930 Ford Roadster. Station deep. We got a 108 reaction time for Mr. Wilms in the right-hand lane. He'll take the stripe at the 8th. 6:59 for Kevin Wilms in the right. And the F-150 will take a 675 at 105 mile an hour. Real Steel Big Tire. Real Steel Big Tire. I would love to see you guys get ready for lane 5 and 6. Real Steel Big Tire can get ready to head up to 5 and 6. We're just taking a little bit of gravel off the track here, guys. Remember, if you can, give your wheel wells a tap in the back. When you get up here, it's going to leave a little bit of gravel on the surface. We want to make sure everybody gets the traction they need today. All right, left-hand lane, one of our Super Pro racers here, Wayne McKinnon out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Proud owner of the Cracky Crasher, 1997 Chevy Cavalier. And the right-hand lane, Scott Kowalski also out of Regina, 2002 Ford Mustang. .094 reaction time for the Cavalier in the left-hand lane. He's going to take the stripe at 598. Ooh, a little bit quick waner. You might want to slow her down. Right-hand lane also breaks out with a 637 for Scott. You guys got a little bit of work to do. Also a reminder to you guys in your street cars, everybody that's coming up here to race today, please remember to turn off your AC in the car. I know it's a little muggy, it's a little this, little that, but if we can turn off our air conditioner for the run, we won't get any condensation on the track. Coming off the condenser, it'll keep it a little bit safer, better traction. Nobody wants water on the track, right? All right, Real Steel Big Tire, you have been called. Lane 5 and 6. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 5 and 6, let's go. Left-hand lane, Floyd Chappell out of Grandeur, Saskatchewan, driving a 1968 Dodge Dart. And in the right-hand lane, we got Dylan Urenco out of Lorette, Manitoba, running the 72 Vega. Dart's heading down the track first, and he's got a 621 and a breakout. And the Vega runs a 7:49 at 92 mile an hour in the right-hand lane. Big shout out to the Manitoba teams for coming out today and supporting our track. Big shout out to the Alberta boys also, boys and girls, for coming out. Thanks for making the trip into our beautiful Smoky province. Real Steel Big Tire, you've been called, lane 5 and 6. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Sounds like a couple of big blocks under the tower right now. Of course, I should have known better. Mr. Barry Stetner himself, the madman from BBJ 5-Star Services out of Regina. In his 1967 Camaro in the left-hand lane, and in the right-hand lane, we got a beautiful 1974 Ford II Cutlass. Mr. Dale Weiss out of Regina. Reaction time goes to the 67 Camaro in the left-hand lane. Barry Stender's going to take the stripe. 6:28. He better dial it down, but look at that time in the right-hand lane. Mr. Dale Weiss in the Cutlass. 6:52 on a 650 class. Nothing wrong with that. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Left-hand lane, the Madman, the Mullet Mafia, Mason Bolsherman out of Martinsville, Saskatchewan, 1982 Trans Am with the zoomies. You gotta love the zoomies. I'm imagining it makes the mullet blow back in the wind just a little bit better. And on the right-hand lane, Mr. Kim Bondard out of Watson, 1970 Plymouth Satellite, with driving the slow car today, he says. .071 reaction time in the right, .076 reaction in the left. 6:36 for the Mullet Mafia in the left lane. And then we got the Devil hanging out in the right lane with the 6:66 time on a 650 dial. All right, Real Steel Big Tire, you've been called lane 5 and 6. And now this is your first call for Extreme Big Tire. Extreme Big Tire, you have been called lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Let's go, let's go. You've been called. You've been put on notice, brother. All right, what's going on here? Yeah, we're checking for a little bit of moisture, checking for a little bit of oil. Let's make sure the track is clean. Here we go. All right, left-hand lane, there's Daddy's girl, Taryn McBain, running the 61 Sunbeam Alpine. And in the right-hand lane, Justin Haru out of Saskatoon, running the 79 Cutlass Calais. Check the door. Oh, good shot, Travis. Oh my God, that's close. 2:34 reaction time in the left. 3:39 in the right. What do we got? 6:39 in the right lane, 6:60 in the left lane. Looks like Travis slowed down the Sunbeam a little bit. Once again, Real Steel Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme Big Tire, you have been called lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Here's a couple of our pro racers here from SIR. Jake Bezo in the left-hand lane out of Regina, Saskatchewan. He's running an 87 Chevy Camaro. And Mr. Jason Howdle in the right-hand lane out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Thanks for making the track out here. 1971 Dodge Charger. 038 reaction time for Mr. Bezo in the left-hand lane, who's going to get the 650. Left-hand lane, 655. Right-hand lane for Mr. Howdle, 651. I think that's the closest one in the first test session today. Nice run, boys. Once again, Extreme Big Tire, you've been called lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire. Extremely Big Tire. Maybe we should call it Extremely. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Another one of our familiar SIR track racers in left-hand lane, Mr. Nolan Penner out of Hepburn, Saskatchewan, 1966 Ford Fairlane. Right-hand lane, we got Eric Bone out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Another Winnipeg man that made the trek. Thanks for coming out, Eric, in your 1976 Chevy Vega. Both still running the 650 class, which is our biggest class we got here today. While they both pulled the front ends there, reaction time does go to Penner in the left lane. Finish on the top end of the 8. 656 on the right-hand lane for the Vega. Left-hand lane with the fair lane runs a 670. Souvenir booth is open. Doreen is selling the 50-50 tickets there. Get your 50-50 tickets there. Not here, but there. Gotta love the little small blocks. I love them. Richie Harder, the left-hand lane from RWH Motorsports out of Saskatoon, 1988 Chevy S10. Right-hand lane, Mr. Camden Feasel, part of Feasible Racing out of the Regina, Saskatchewan, 1979 Chevy Nova. .042 light for Mr. Harder in the S10. What are we doing at the top of the 8th? Left-hand lane, 650 on the money. Bad boy Richie Harder on the money. 104 mile an hour for the S10. Right-hand lane for Camden Feasel runs a 658 at 105 mile an hour. All right, left-hand lane out of Saskatoon, 1964 Ford Falcon. That is Mr. Stephen Betker. Taking on Matt Hendry in the right-hand lane, 1973 Plymouth Cuda. I believe Barracuda was the older car, and the Cuda was the evolution in the early 70s. All right, looks like our bigger cars are rolling in. Real Steel Big Tire, you should be in lane 5 and 6. Extreme Big Tire, lanes 1 and 2. We're gonna keep this party going. Is it a party? Looks like the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens are open for business. I think Elaine will be in there again today. Head on out there and enjoy a cool, refreshing, responsible beverage. Left-hand lane, Mr. Harold Penner out of Martinsville, 1966 Ford Fairlane. Right-hand lane, Senor Ryan Appleby out of Regina, 1968 Charger. Here come the wheel stands. Red light, oh my God, a 400 red. Maybe he has to pee, I'm not sure. All right, 642 for the Fairlane left-hand lane. We run a 700 for the Charger in the right. Ryan did have a beautiful reaction time of an 030, nothing wrong with that. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Locked and loaded. We're missing a Real Steel Big Tire car. I think we had 6 on the count. I only see 5 in there right now. Extreme Big Tire, let's go. Lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Just checking the traction here, and we are giving it a light little dust here on the starting line, making sure everything's nice and clear. Hector's Grub Hub is open. They have breakfast. They probably have lunch going right about now as well. Breakfast sandwiches are out of this world. And you know the best part of them? You don't even need to look for a toilet when you're done. Their breakfast is good. Best damn food you'll ever have at a racetrack. Head on over to the tent to the west side of the tech booth if you want your limited edition Heads Up Havoc t-shirt. Ladies would be glad to take your money. They do have a tip jar and a box of Timbits. Head over there and say hi. There's a bit of a burnout there. Mr. Russ Flyman out of Regina, left-hand lane, 69 Pontiac GTO. Taking on Travis Wandler out of Moose Jaw with the 1965 Pontiac Acadian. Russ was wrenching on the GTO this morning, having a little bit of a shifter issue. I'm hoping he's got her figured out. Nobody likes leaving in third gear. Doesn't matter how much power you have. Oh my God, the wheel stand! Whoa! The Acadian gathered it up. That was a little hairy. He wheel standed and bucked up twice. Travis got out of it and held it. Left-hand lane for Russ Flamin, a 462 at 160 mile an hour for the Flying Flamin. All right, Extreme Small Tire, you've been called. Extreme Small Tire, lanes 3 and 4. Extreme Small Tire, lanes 3 and 4. Let's rock and roll. Extreme Small Tire, I'm talking to you. Lane 3 and 4, let's go. Oh, that Acadian. Was that not exciting? Holy crap. He came right over to the 330 cone. He got out of it, but he tried to man up and stay in it, but Jesus, that car gets out of control. That's a lot of power to try and rein back in. It's always better to just get out of it and save it for the next run. Better than finding the wall or finding your opponent. We do not want that out here. All right, left-hand lane, Mr. James Frayne out of Weyburn from Poor Boys Customs. He's running the 1987 GMC Wrangler. And the right-hand lane, the smiling Mr. Leroy Schmidt out of Saskatoon. 1986 Buick Regal. Extreme Small Tire, you've been called. Lane 3 and 4. Extreme Small Tire, lane 3 and 4. Ooh, the Chevy truck stood him up and knocked the wheels off. Did he recover quick? 577 for the truck in the left-hand lane. Right-hand lane for Leroy Schmidt runs a 588. Wow. Look at that reaction time for the Chevy truck, GMC truck, sorry. He ran an 028 reaction, still pulled off a 577. So he would have took the win. Extreme Small Tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme Small Tire, lane 3 and 4. Left-hand lane, Mr. Alex Foray out of Saskatoon. 1977 Chevy Camaro. That's right, Camaro. Brought in a nice gentle launch, but around the 200-foot mark, he speeds through the top. Nice run. 581 at 122 mile an hour for Alex Forey out of Saskatoon. Extreme small tire, you've been called. Lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Come on, boys, let's get her up. If you can't get her up, they make pills for that now, right? Here's a couple of beasts under the tower. You can feel it. David Schroeder in the left, Scott Yaremko in the right. Couple of nice burnouts there. Left-hand lane, Mr. David Schroeder out of Mississauga, Ontario. Man, he came a long ways to be with us today. 2019 Chevy Corvette. And in the right-hand lane, we got Scotty Yaremko out of Saskatoon with his new Pro Mod 02 Chevy Camaro. Man, there is some horsepower on this track right now. I believe Dave Schroeder in the left lane in the Corvette is pumping some nitrous through his motor as well. I looked away and I missed the mist. I missed the mist. Oh. Wow, left-hand lane 067 reaction time for Dave Schroeder. He still nails a 620 at 100 mile an hour. Right-hand lane for Scott Yaremko, 651 and a 107. Looks like the tires wadded up pretty heavy on the Corvette in the left lane there. He'll gather it up, make some adjustments. He'll be back in the next round. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Let's go. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Right-hand lane, Mr. Gord Spack out of Saskatoon, 1963 Chevy Corvette. Left-hand lane, once again, Mr. Barry Stettner out of Regina, 1969 Chevy Camaro with his new build this year. Couple of beautiful cars, lots of power on the track. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. All right, let's see who's going to nail this light here. Is it going to be Gord or Barry or Barry or Gord? There's no way they're going to hit a tie on the light again today. 082 in the left-hand lane for Barry Stettner. He cuts the light. Gord Spock got a little bit out of it there and decided to let out and save it. Barry Stettner runs a 5:07. at 135 mile an hour. Right-hand lane for Gord. He's going to gather it up. He'll be back in the next one. We just got a little bit of something on the track here. We're just going to make sure that everything's good. We got a couple little pieces. One of them looks like a bit of rubber out of the right-hand lane. We're just going to make sure that everybody's going to be in the best position they can to make the best pass they can today. We're just going to back up Mr. Hesh here in the left lane. Once again, for those of you in the pits, we are 106.9 on your FM dial or your FM button. Who's got a dial anymore on the radios? I guess classic cars. Classic cars would have dials, but I think they'd only have AM radios. 106.9 on your FM dial. T-shirts for this first annual event, limited edition, are on sale down at the tent beside the tech booth. Okay, we need David Schroeder to the starting line, please. We need David Schroeder to the starting line. Skippy is looking for you. Mr. David Schroeder, we need you at the starting line. Scotty Yaremko, when you get a minute, Scotty Yaremko to the starting line to see Skipperoni. The San Francisco treat. Scott Yaremko and Mr. Schroeder, we need you at the starting line. Just yourselves, not your cars. Is there anybody on site? All right, we got a racer in need here. Is anybody on site have an extra CO2 bottle or can fill a CO2 bottle? We got a racer that needs a CO2 bottle filled or a spare CO2 bottle. If someone can help him out, please. Mr. James Frayne is looking. Russ Flamin, I know you probably have an extra bottle, but let's check if we do. All right, left-hand lane, Mr. Doug Hesh in his beautiful 2004 Cavalier, naturally aspirated monster big block. Taking on Mr. Ricky Brown. Ricky Brown is out of Indian Head, Saskatchewan, 2003 Corvette. Due to the size of that hood scoop, I would have to agree with his decision to jump in the right-hand lane. How would you possibly see the tree past that scoop? Schroeder and Yaremko, you're wanted at the starting line. Schroeder and Yaremko, you're wanted at the starting line. Oh, 1-3 reaction time in the left-hand lane, a 445. And out of control, 445. He went from the left to the right, kissed the asphalt on the right-hand side, but he stayed in it. Mr. Doug Hesh, 445 at 144 mile an hour. Right-hand lane for Ricky Brown, kept her pretty straight, 488 at 142 mile per hour. Wow, it's been a long time since we saw this Vogue Brothers race car here at the track. The white Corvette, the 94 ZR1. Corey Trifo is the pilot of this car today. Going to hopefully get some nice speed, get some nice passes out of this monster today. Last night they did take a test hit, made some adjustments, and they're back here again today to light them up. All right, it looks like extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. We're missing a couple of cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're missing one. All right, let's see what Mr. Corey Trifo does here in the white Corvette in the right-hand lane. Just be careful getting them lined up here. Once again, if anybody's got a CO2 bottle or can fill CO2 here on site, James Frayne is looking for a little bit of help from a racer. If you got a spare bottle or can fill the CO2. Corey's pass got a little bit squirrely there, shot to the left a bit. I think the team is going to have to make a couple more adjustments and keep doing some tests down the track here. All right, it looks like Sean's going to drag the track a little bit to keep her sticky icky. Put a little rubber down. Yeah, exactly. Woo-hoo. Put a little bit of rubber down, give her a spray, put another rubber down. Sounds like a typical Saturday night in Regina, but hey, we'll give it a whirl. Extreme small tire should be loaded in lane 3 and 4. And guess what? Mr. Small Tire Streetcar. Can you guess? Small Tire Streetcar lanes 1 and 2. You've been called. Small Tire Streetcar lanes 1 and 2. Let's rock and roll. Small Tire Streetcar lane 1 and 2. Oh, Brian Stevenson. There he is. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Small Tire Streetcar, lanes 1 and 2. Let's get the lanes loaded up while we touch up the track. Let's roll. Once again, big shout out to James Gordon and Braden Haru for last night for live streaming. Live streaming our feed last night of a couple rounds of testing was on YouTube on the SIR. SIR, would it be a page or a channel? What is it? On YouTube, is it a page or a channel? Channel. Okay, we're going to call it a channel. I think that's agreed by all three of us. Yeah, they live streamed last night, and it did pretty good. We were able to watch it last night after the racing. Today, we are not live streaming, but we are recording. So when we are recording today, it'll be posted late tonight, if not tomorrow. So on the SIR YouTube channel, you're going to be able to watch today's race on TV. Get a look at yourself. Maybe you want to stare at somebody else. Maybe you got one of those little weird things. As long as you keep your shoes on, I don't think it matters. All right, lanes 1 and 2, Small Tire Streetcar, you've been called. Small Tire Streetcar, lanes 1 and 2. Extreme Small Tire is already 3 and 4. Just touching up the track will be underway right away. You want a bite to eat? You got a couple minutes here. Hector's Grub Hub, best damn food you'll ever have at a racetrack. Head on over and go see what they got. They should be serving their lunch by now. I highly recommend the Farmer Dog of the Poutine. Very, very good. You don't need a bathroom after. Doesn't give you gas. So nobody cares if they sit beside you. You could also head over to the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. Elaine is out there serving cool, responsible, refreshing beverages today. Souvenir booth is open. Doreen is in the souvenir booth. She is also selling 50-50 tickets out of the souvenir booth today. If you haven't got your 50-50 ticket yet, head over to the souvenir booth. She claims the winning ticket is still for sale. She doesn't think she sold it yet. I bought mine early. I kind of call BS. I think I got the winning ticket, but I've been told otherwise. The winning ticket is still for sale. All right, we're just touching up the track here a little bit, finishing dragging the rubber, giving her a quick spray. We're going to touch it with the rubbers again. Touching with the rubbers. I feel like I really shouldn't be saying that, but we're going to do it. Nice to see a decent turnout so far for the spectators today. We've got a few of you guys hanging out in the lawn chairs, hanging out in the cars. That beautiful 67 Chevelle down on the far east side of the pit. Butternut yellow. Beautiful car. Love seeing that thing out here every weekend. Who else we have out there? We've got a white Ram. It looks like he's going to be a little bit comfortable underneath. Oh, it's a Pilsner umbrella. Nobody can be comfortable under a Pilsner umbrella unless it's for the hangover. Just kind of keeps the sun off you. They got a little step stool to get up there. They're set up pretty good. What else we got going on? Cowboy hats. We got ball caps. We got Ricky Brown bringing back his Corvette. Thanks again to Cody Rousseau, Russ Flaman, and Amanda Jasic Flaman for organizing this event. So far, so good. She's successful. We got a decent car count for her first event. We're happy that everybody's here, all the travelers. One from Mississauga, Ontario. We got a whole group of bad boys out of Manitoba. And what happened last night to your Winnipeg Blue Bombers? Did Calgary beat them? Like, what happened there? The dynasty, the Iron Curtain has fallen. I don't know what the riders are. I'm going to have to check what they are. Are we 3-0? Oh, don't worry. Labor Day's coming, right? We got the Labor Day, and then what do we got? The Banjo Bowl? A little bit of redemption for both. Thanks again to the Manitoba crews for making their way out here. Thanks again to the Alberta guys for gracing us with your presence. We always love having you guys out here as well. Fantastic to see such a good variety of fast cars out here today. The smell of the chemical in the air, you know, typical racetrack stuff, right? CO2 bottle. If anybody could fill a CO2 bottle or get a spare CO2 bottle, James Frayne does need a hand. Is he taken care of? He's taken care of. We got the thumbs up. Thank you, Mr. Richie Harder. And a nice pass, by the way. A 650 Richie right out of the gate. That S10 is going to be a force to be reckoned with today. I think that was the only one that nailed the 650 on a 650 so far. Howdo came close. I think they got a 651. I made as well thank our sponsors again, because we love our sponsors. Without our sponsors, we wouldn't be having a successful event like this. BBJ 5-Star out of Regina, Big Mer's Tavern out of Dundurn, Ross Electric out of Saskatoon, Poor Boys Customs in Weyburn, Sewer and Poland Mechanical out of Saskatoon, Queen City Auto Body out of Regina, Russ Flyman and Agri Services out of Regina, GB Construction out of Weyburn, Triumph Construction out of Saskatoon, Ram Excavation out of Prince Albert, Valley Boys Plumbing and Heating out of the Lumsden and Craven area, Tech 7 Auto Repair in Saskatoon, Link Trailers out of Regina, Ashley Woodvine Photography out of Saskatoon, LB Signs out of Saskatoon, High Tech Profiles out of Regina, Deck Brothers Performance out of Pata Butte, and Dynacrane Services out of Regina. Thanks again to our sponsors. We should almost be done. Giving the track a rub. A rub, what do you call it? A rubber? No. Rub. Putting down rubber on a Saturday night. There's going to be some drinking and a little bit of fighting. Well, Skippy's going to go show us how to lay that rubber down. We're going to do another drag here on both lanes. Should be underway shortly. I'm going to try and remember this fella's name in that teal Mustang. Chris Houston out of Lethbridge. First time at this track, I believe. Him and his wife are out here today. Thanks for making the track out here. I believe it was a last-minute decision, too. It's a beautiful car. If you guys are walking through the pits, you guys should go talk to a lot of these people out here with these cars, man. They put a lot of time and energy and love and money into the cars. Not love literally, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm getting at. Cars are women. Anyone disagree with that? Cars are female. 110%. If you don't treat them right, you ain't getting nothing. T-shirts are still for sale. Amy, we still have T-shirts left? We do. Well, you got T-shirts left. Limited edition Heads Up Havoc. First annual SAR event T-shirts are still for sale. They're at the tent beside the tech booth. They got a tip jar. They got a box of Timbits. I'm not sure what they're looking for. Couple of trophies are on display as well from High Tech Profiles out of Regina. You should check these bad boys. Oh, someone's modeling. We're modeling the trophies now. Now I highly recommend you guys get out there to buy some T-shirts. We got model strut and trophies around. We got tip cups, and I don't know what the hell's going on down there. Mr. Brent Stevens, nice to see the car back out again today. You had a pretty good evening last night. Everything's tickety-boo? Awesome, awesome, possum. Mr. Brian Stevenson, how's the Mustang? Where is he? Oh, there he is. So. You just got to take a little bit out of, I don't know anything about your car, but all I know is it is fast when it does hook up. So let's hope we get her dialed today. I see the G-Body Shuffle. I believe that's the Manitoba crew doing that last night. My God. Did you guys find shocks for the car? No? Oh, man. Rick Scott. Oh, you're just going to send it. No luck. Oh, that's too bad. It looks like he's hardcore. He's going to run her anyways. What do you need shocks for? Right? All you got to do is take a piece of 1 1/4 inch square tubing, drill some holes in it, and put them in place. That is hardcore, my friend. Mr. Dick has his Falcon out as well. That car had a couple of decent hits last night. We just got to dial him to the class. The nice thing about these couple of classes, you're not dialing nothing. You're just trying to send it. Mr. Rob Tangerman is in line. I can see his Duster from there. A nice black Camaro. I want to know what's going on in car 704. He's got the slicks on today. He's got the big hood scoop on it. What else do we have? Oh, there's that Zephyr. That is one mean machine. 2-door, 4-door, doesn't matter. That car hauls. Where are we at? Tractor's parked. No one's in the tractor. We are close. We're just giving a little bit of the starting line residue here, a little touch up on the sides. We're going to be underway right away, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, I would like to call the tailgaters lane 5 and 6. Tailgaters, your class has been called. Tailgate lane 5 and 6. Not tailgate party people, but tailgate class, the truck class. Tailgate lane 5 and 6. And once again, to make sure you're in the right lane, in the correct lanes, extreme small tire should be in lane 3 and 4. Small tire street car should be in lanes 1 and 2. Tailgate, let's go, lane 5 and 6. Oh, that black Camaro is Winnipeg, Manitoba. Jeremy Oleski in the 2011 Camaro in the right-hand lane. Left hand is Mr. Chris Houston out of Lethbridge, Alberta. 91 Ford Mustang. All right, the first run of the day for the extreme small tire class. Chris Houston, left-hand lane in the Mustang. Jeremy Oleski in the right-hand lane in the Camaro. They both have parachutes. I think that means something. Let's hope they don't have to throw them today. But if you got to throw a parachute, today is the day to do it. You don't have any of that wind. No side wind to throw you astray or pick up the back of the car. You'll be fine. .111 reaction time for the Mustang. It looks like he's going to get to the 8. The Camaro closed. 509 for the Mustang. 140 miles an hour. Nice pass. Jeremy Oleski from Winnipeg in the Camaro. He runs a 531, also at 140 mile an hour. There's a couple of good passes, boys. Good job. Mr. Mark Dick is back again, 1967 Ford Falcon. He's out of Oldford, Saskatchewan with the monster today. Right-hand lane, Mr. Mark Nolan. Surprise, surprise, another member from the Manitoba group. Out of Tour, Manitoba, 1980 Chevy Camaro. That's Mark Nolan. Tailgate class, you've been called, lane 5 and 6. Tailgate class, lane 5 and 6. Let's go. Oh, Mark knocked the tires off on the Falcon, but Mark Nolan in the right-hand lane. Oh my God, a 500, 148 miles an hour. What a great pass for that Camaro. Wow. Left-hand lane, Mr. Pete Campbell out of West Paul, Manitoba, 1968 Chevy Camaro. And in the right-hand lane, Mr. Rob Tangerman, Regina, Saskatchewan, 1970 Plymouth Duster. He's owned that Duster for over 30 years. He's had that car. He'll never get his money out of it now. All right, just lining these boys up to keep them in the groove here. You want them to get the maximum traction in the best place you possibly can. You want to line them up straight so we don't knock it off and shoot the car one way or the other. All right, we are loaded. Oh, the Duster. Rob knocked the tires off a little ways out, but he got an 064 reaction time. Left-hand lane for Pete Campbell out of Manitoba. He runs a 563 at 125 mile an hour. Tailgate class, tailgate class. I don't see anybody in 5 and 6. You guys have been called. Let's rock and roll. Tailgate class, lanes 5 and 6. We're just gonna shut the car down for a second here and check the track just to make sure there's nothing on the track. We thought we saw something, but we're gonna make sure. Better safe than sorry, man. We do not want an incident out here, do we, Tyson? I see a lot of these limited edition Heads Up Havoc t-shirts floating around. I think there's still some left. Might want to head over to the tent beside the tech booth and go pick them up before they're gone. Guess I probably could have put mine on. All right, like we mentioned, we are recording today's event. It will be streamed tonight. Late tonight it will be posted, or tomorrow. James Gordon and Braden Haru are gladly donating their time and energy to get that up for us. So we appreciate what they did last night with the live streaming on the YouTube channel again. And, oh, it looks like we're ready to fire up here. Kevin Foy out of Cockport, Manitoba with the 67 Firebird. I can't see under my feet because I don't have a glass. 4 might be the Warbird. Good morning, Warbird. Nice burnout for you this morning. All right, it is time, 750 class. 750 class, you're being called lane 3 and 4. 750 class, lane 3 and 4. Let's get you lined up and keep this party going. 750 class, lane 3 and 4. Let's rock and roll. We're gonna need that quad moved out of lane 3, please, whoever the owner is. We got a quad in lane 3. Just need it moved off to the side, please. Lost and found. Never thought I'd say this, but lost and found. We got a quad out there that's lost in lane 3. Oh, sorry, Kevin, I missed your pass. What did he do? 447, 170 mile an hour. Holy crap. I'm sorry, I missed that. 447, 170 mile an hour for the black 67 Firebird out of Cockport, Manitoba. .750 class, you've been called lane 3 and 4. 750 class, lane 3 and 4. You've been called. Let's go. 750s. Left-hand lane, we got Mr. Brent Stevens out of Milford, Saskatchewan, 1969. Dodge Swinger. Right-hand lane, Mr. Brian Stevenson out of Corman Park in the 85 Ford Mustang. Mustang, he kind of finished throwing it together this week, trying to get ready for this event. 071 reaction time for the Mustang, but the Swinger's going to be pulling away on this one. Brent Stevens is going to run a 567 at 124 mile an hour. Brian Stevenson of the red Mustang is going to check the tune, gather it up, and give her another hit. 750 class, you've been called lane 3 and 4. 750 class, lane 3 and 4. Left-hand lane from Edenwald, Saskatchewan. That's Brent Waldo with the 1980 Mercury Zephyr, the Mordor car. And the right-hand lane, Pat Willett out of Lorette, Manitoba. The G-Body Shuffle, the 79 Chevy Malibu. If y'all don't know what a G-Body Shuffle is, you're about to find out when that Malibu in the right lane lets go of it. That is the Jeep. Oh, Jesus, hang on. We're down on the track. We got a broken axle on the Zephyr in the left-hand lane. Everybody stay off the track if you're not involved, please. The Zephyr's broken axle. We're going to be down for a little bit here. Bear with us. He kept her off the wall for the most part. Ladies and gentlemen, this could have been so much worse. If he could have been crossing the top of that 8th mile at 120, 130 mile an hour and then it happened, that could have been a lot worse, you guys. Let's be grateful that it happened right away and short of the 60 foot. We're glad he's okay. He's out of the car. He's probably not very happy, but he's out of the car. He'll be all right. We're just going to get him rigged up here. We'll get him off the track. Bear with us for a little bit, you guys. 750 class, you've been called to lane 3 and 4. 750 class, lane 3 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be down for a few minutes here. We're just going to make sure everything else is okay. We got to get the Zephyr rigged and get her off the track here. He moved over to the left. He did the right thing. That could have been a lot worse at the top end. If there is a bright side, let's just be grateful it happened down here, you guys. Well, like we said, we're going to be down for a few minutes here. If you guys want to head over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab some food or take a walk through the pits, talk to the racers and check out some of the cars. You guys will have a little bit yet here. We're going to get the car raised up, get her stable, and get her off the track. It'll take us a little bit, but hopefully not too long. We don't see any fluids on the track or anything, so this could have been so much worse. Get out there, get a drink, go to the can, do what you got to do, take a walk around the pit, visit the racers, check out the cars, get some food, get a cold responsible beverage from Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. You know, that kind of stuff. Oh, you can also head over to the tent just to the west of the tech booth. We got the tent up there selling the Heads Up Havoc t-shirts. Limited edition. Stock is getting low. There's a lot of empty boxes on the ground. The Timbits are almost gone, and the tip jars, well, there's a little bit, but not a lot. I don't think people are cheap, are they? No. They're just tired. They're just tired. We're still missing some 750 cars from lane 3 and 4. I know you guys will be taking your time now, but you have been called. Right, Rick Scott? You've been called. And he's there. He's got her. He's getting her dialed. What are you going to run this time? I think you're going to run probably about a 740, 745? 745. He said he's going to break out in style today. Did you put a 2x4 in between the carb and the intake, or you did? You just made it a 2-barrel. Okay, so let me get this straight. You took a 2x4, you put it on between the carburetor and the intake, but you only drilled 2 portholes, so you only run on a 2-barrel. Well, you're kind of like NASCAR. Didn't NASCAR do that for one of their tracks where they kept hitting the wall? I think they had to slow their cars down and they put restrictor plates on. That's what you're doing, Rick. You're putting restrictor plates on. Look at the diesel. Got a diesel truck. We got that 2023 F-150. Kelly Kreutzer blessed us with his presence today. Brought the beast out. I don't think he was here last night, though. I'm not really sure what happened there. I didn't want to ask, but what else we got there? Is that Anita's car? In the 750 class. We got Bernie Pfeiffer's car out there. Eric Humphreys out there. Tyson Darnowski out there. Jansen Atten out there. Reed Holland out there. Matajasic Flamin, I think, running that black car with the gold trim. She calls it the bling bling. I'm not really sure. She doesn't? I thought she called it the bling bling.
Never.
Queen of the Streets does not call it the bling bling. That is duly noted. All right. We got the Flying Flamin. It looks like his jacket is upside down on the roof. The computer's out. I loaned him extension cords. I don't know what he's doing. Just doesn't look like his car's on a charger. Mr. Hash's car's got the front end off, doing some checks, getting ready for when he's called. Let's see what else is going on. All right, it looks like the Zephyr's being backed up from the track here. They got an extreme wheel jack, and they're kind of wheeling her backwards, giving her a nudge to get her out of the clear. Man, that could have been so much worse. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Thanks to the staff and volunteers for helping clear the track out pretty quick here. We'll be back underway shortly. Hey, I thought I saw a video of a t-shirt cannon. Is that happening today?
I believe so.
The t-shirt cannon. The t-shirt cannon. Where's everybody today? I think we had more spectators last. Oh, everybody's getting food. That's where they are. They're walking through the pits, talking to racers, getting some food. It's early. They want to be here for eliminations. All right. So what are we thinking? I'd say 3 o'clock. 3 or 4, maybe 4.
Between 3 and 4.
We did pretty good in the first hour we were out today. That's pretty good today. Pretty good. I think it's flowing a little better than it was last night. I got a better idea for the car count, so it is nice to kind of help get them through here. I'll be underway shortly here. Once again, I'll kind of reiterate what I said in the pit this morning. Barry Stetner got an 002 light in Extreme Big Tire last night, and he won the $100 prize from Key Storage outside of Regina. Barry donated that money back today and said, you know what, let's do it again. So BBJ 5-star and Barry Stetner's put up $100 today to the Extreme Big Tire for the best reaction time today. That's what we're going to do. All right, sounds like we got a couple of engines starting here. Should be underway shortly. 750 class, lane 3 and 4. 750 class, lane 3 and 4. We're missing a couple cars yet. All right, we got a couple of cars coming under the tower. Looks like we're going to be underway right away here. Never mind right away. How about right now? Left-hand lane, Derek Fontaine in the 09 Challenger. All right, left-hand lane, Derek Fontaine out of Winnipeg. 09 Dodge Challenger. Right-hand lane, Mr. James Dick out of St. Andrews, Manitoba. 79 Chevy Camaro. Well, that Camaro was fighting to keep traction. He held her pretty good. Camaro was going to run a 561 at 125 mile an hour. Left-hand lane for Mr. Fontaine. He's going to run a 594 at 120 for the Challenger.
Are we doing 3-4 next, Corey?
.750 class, you guys should all be into lane 3 and 4. 750 class, you should be in lane 3 and 4. All right, here we go. Ryan Magnus out again today from Unity, Saskatchewan, 2010 Chevy Camaro. And in the right-hand lane, another member of the Manitoba team out of Winnipeg, 1991 Pontiac GTA. That is George Bolinski. George is going to run a 663 at 79 mile an hour in the right-hand lane. Left-hand lane for Ryan Magnus, 696 at 104 mile an hour. Sounds like a diesel. Oh yeah, you gotta love that. You gotta love that. All right, left-hand lane. What do we got? What do we got? Just waiting for my screen. Ian Yaremko out of Battleford. I should have remembered that truck. 2023 F-150. And in the right-hand lane, Jeremy Struick with the diesel out of Cider, Alberta. Man, that diesel's a mean truck. Who's going to take the stripe? You can't even see it from here. Right-hand lane with a 666, 115 mile an hour. Ian Yaremko in the left-hand lane runs a 673 at 104 mile an hour. Man, that diesel is fast. All right, 650 class, lane 5 and 6. 650 class for your second run. Lane 5 and 6, you've been called. 650. .650 class, lane 5 and 6. Left-hand lane right now, we got Kelly Kreitzer in the tailgate class out of Belgoni, Saskatchewan. 1982 Chevy S10. Kelly's doing a bit of spraying today. That truck hooked up. 588 at 117 mile an hour for the S10. Nice hit, Kelly Kreutzer. 650 class, you've been called, lane 5 and 6. 650 class, lane 5 and 6. Let's go. Left-hand lane in the black and gold GTA Trans Am is Amanda Jasic Flamin, a.k.a. the Queen of the Streets, with a 750 dial. Taking on Mr. Rick Scott in the right-hand lane from Hallbright, Saskatchewan. 1981 Chevy Malibu. Malibu with the reaction time of the 187. Up the top, what's Rick running? 757 for the Malibu, 754 for the GTA in the left lane. .650 class, lane 5 and 6. 650 class, lane 5 and 6. Let's go. 650 class, you've been called. Left-hand lane out of Martinsville, Saskatchewan, 1978 Mercury Monarch. That is Mr. Reed Holland back at SIR to lay it down today. Right-hand lane we got a Battleford, Saskatchewan, 1967 Chevy Nova. That is George Scott. Reed Holland reaction time of 135 in the left-hand lane for the Monarch. What are we doing at the 8th? Reed run, 748. That was close. 748 in the left lane, 748 in the right lane. We are right there. Right there. A couple of good passes. All right, in the right-hand lane, we got Glenn Hendry out of Dundurn, Saskatchewan, 1968 Plymouth Barracuda, sponsored by OK Tire to Saskatoon and Hendry's Motorsports in the 750 class in the right-hand lane. Left-hand lane, we had to kind of make sure the car's okay and we don't have any leaks here. We just want to make sure that everything's good before we send it. Right-hand lane for the Barracuda, 1:15 reaction time for Glenn. 728. A little bit of a breakout. He's got to pull more power out of that car. You know, it's kind of crazy. We put all the power in these that we can to make them as fast as we can, but when you're trying to hit that number, pulling power out's a lot tougher than you think it is. All right, the little noisemaker in the left-hand lane, a.k.a. Sandy. That is Tyson Daranoski out of Castle Rio, Saskatchewan, 1999 Chevy S10. Right-hand lane, Mr. Clayton Pike out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, 1977 Corvette. 078 reaction for the S10 in the left lane. He's going to take the stripe. 736 for the S10. And in the right lane, the Corvette's going to finish up with an 816 at 81 mile an hour. Left-hand lane, we got Mr. Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon, 76 Dodge truck. Right-hand lane, we got Val Belcher out of Unity with the 2022 Mach 1, trying to hit the 750. Left-hand lane, 822. Right-hand lane hits a 756. Good hit for the Mustang. 650 class, I see you're mostly in there. We're still missing a couple cars. 650 class, lane 5 and 6, please. All right, we got Mr. Bernie Pfeiffer out of Saskatoon, 1969 AMC AMX in the left-hand lane. Right-hand lane, we got that 78 Nova, Darren Simcoe out of Saskatoon. Reaction time goes to the left lane with a 119 out the top. 724 in the left, 766 in the right. Got to get our 750s dialed in. Left-hand lane making all that noise with the 93 Mustang is Chad Penner out of Martinsville, Saskatchewan. Left-hand lane, Mr. Ryan Magnus making another hit in the 2010 Chevy Camaro out of Unity, Saskatchewan. All right, out of the gate, here we go at the top. 739 in the right-hand lane for Ryan Magnus at 102 mile an hour. Chad Penner in the Mustang will be 767 on a 96. All right, we're at the beginning of round two. Beginning of round two. We got the first couple of cars coming up to take their second hit. Heads up, Havoc t-shirts are still for sale downstairs. We're down to the last dozen of the adult shirts. If you guys want one, you better hurry. They're almost gone. And there's still a few kid sizes available as well. Left-hand lane, Mr. Stephen Funk out of Glassland, Saskatchewan, 1967 Chevy Camaro here to make a second pass. Right-hand lane, Jamie Marjoram out of Saskatoon, 1989 Ford Mustang. .037 reaction for the Camaro in the left lane. Man, ow, 648. He just missed his 650. 648 for the Camaro in the left-hand lane, 106 mile an hour. Right-hand lane for the Mustang runs a 674 at 103 mile an hour. Man, when you're that close, you know, you really got to get that car down to 650. That 648 is close, but it is too fast for the class. In that case, the Mustang would have got the win in elimination, so we just got to keep dialing and testing. Remember, guys, when you're in the lane, shut off your air conditioners. I know it's nice to have, but you don't want to leave moisture on the track from your condenser or anything. It makes it a little bit hazardous for other drivers as well. Just touching up a little bit of icky on the track here. Be underway in a second. All right, here goes the burnout. Not a bad burnout from that left lane, making a little bit of noise from that supercharger. That's Lauren Krieger out of Viscount, Saskatchewan, 2018 Dodge Demon. Yes, it's a real demon. And in the right-hand lane, Ian Yawarenko out of Battleford. He is running that 2023 F-150. Pretty close in reaction time, a 400 to a 404. Out the top, 661 for the Demon. Nice run, Mr. Krieger. Right-hand lane in the truck's going to finish up with a 696 at 103. Souvenir shop is open. Doreen is in there today. She's also selling 50-50 tickets in the souvenir shop. If you want to head out there, don't forget to get your tickets. We should have a good pot today. Left-hand lane is Captain Nolan Penner out of Hepburn, Saskatchewan, 1966 Ford Fairlane. I think that was a movie, was it not? In the early 90s? Ford Fairlane. Andrew Dice Clay, that's who that was. And in the right-hand lane is Taryn McBain driving, piloting the 61 Sunbeam Alpine. See if she got her dial in. Right-hand lane, 659 for the Sunbeam, 668 for the Fairlane at 102 mile an hour. Good job knocking the car back, Travis. Left-hand lane, 1981 Chevy Camaro out of Clavette, Saskatchewan. That's Austin Samolewski. Out of the right-hand lane, Jake Feasel, a member of the Feasible Racing Group. Out of Regina, Saskatchewan, running the 87 Chevy Camaro. Dial-ins at 650. Who's gonna hit it? 031 reaction time in the right-hand lane. 658 in the right-hand lane for the blue Camaro. Red Camaro, man, not too shabby. 677 on a 99 mile an hour. Left-hand lane, Mr. Corey Samolewski in the 1973 split bumper Camaro out of Clavette, Saskatchewan. Right-hand lane, the Mullet Mafia, the Mullet Shaker, the 1982 Pontiac Trans Am. That is Mason Boscheman out of Martinsville, Saskatchewan. You gotta love the Zoomies. I think Zoomies should be on everything you buy. 013 red for the Camaro. Little off it. 064 reaction time for the Mullet Mafia with a breakout of 642. We got to keep tweaking, guys. All right, Real Steel Big Tire. We want you lined up in lane 1 and 2. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 1 and 2, please. Talking to you, Russ Flamin. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Left-hand lane, Mr. Rob Jones out of Lloydminster, Alberta, 63 Pontiac Canadian. Right-hand lane is Scott Kowalski out of Regina in the 02 Mustang. What do we got? What do we got? Mustang 648. Acadian with the 649. Man, they're dialing close to that 650. They're almost there. After second round, a couple more tweaks. They will be ready. Real Steel Big Tire, you've been called lane 1 and 2. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Right-hand lane, Mr. Camden Feasel, part of the Feasible Racing team out of Regina, Saskatchewan, 1979 Chevy Nova. He's taking on Nathan Seibel out of Swift Current with the 85 Mercury Capri. Capri gets alive with an 056. Nova 655, Capri 707 and 96 mile an hour. We're getting so close to the 650. That's what testing's for. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Wow, Kevin Wilk, Hepburn, Saskatchewan in the left-hand lane, 1930 Ford Roadster. Right-hand lane is Mr. Floyd Chappell out of Grandor, Saskatchewan, 1968 Dodge Dart, a.k.a. the old school. He said he's thinking of taking the word old off his car, apparently. Not sure why. 023 reaction time for the Roadster in the left lane. And a 660. to go with it. Kevin Wilms, not too shabby. Floyd Chapel in the right-hand lane is going to finish up with a 678 out of 98 mile an hour. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Left-hand lane, Mr. Justin Haru out of Saskatoon. 79 Cutlass Calais. Right-hand lane is Wayne McKinnon, the pilot of the Cracky Crasher. 1997 Chevy Cavalier out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Oh, 3 reaction time from Wayne McKinnon in the right lane. 6:30 run. We heard a little bit of pop in there from Justin Haru in the left-hand lane in the Cutlass Calais. It wasn't very happy about 100 feet out. We're going to have to take a look and see what happened to him. Good light from Mr. Wayne McKinnon on an 003 reaction. I think he shut his box off today. All right, Extreme Big Tire, you've been called. You're on notice. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Please. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Let's go. Left-hand lane, Mr. Eric Bone out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, 1976 Chevy Vega. Right-hand lane, Mr. Richie Harder in Saskatoon with the 88 Chevy S10. Reaction time goes to the Vega with an 033 light. What do we got on the top? Right-hand lane, oh, Richie, 649 with a 3. Left-hand lane, look at that, Eric Bone pulls a 651 on a 650 dial. I like it. Right-hand lane, Mr. Barry Stettner out of Regina, 1967 Chevy Camaro in the 650 class. Left-hand lane is Mr. John Martin out of Portage La Prairie, Manitoba. Gotta love the Manitoba boys here this weekend. 1991 Ford Mustang. Oh, 5.6 reaction time for the Camaro on the right-hand lane. Finish up on the 650. 676 for the Camaro. 661 and a 101 for John Martin out of Portage La Prairie in the Mustang. Nice to see the left lane, Mr. Dale Weist back out here again after a couple of year hiatus of rebuilding the Oldsmobile. 1970 442. He's out of Regina. Right-hand lane is Mr. Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster, Alberta. 1971 Dodge Charger. And the Charger does 652. The Oldsmobile runs a 655 at 104 mile an hour. That is close on the 650 dial. Real Steel Big Tire, you should already be locked and loaded in lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Let's go, Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. We gotta go. Track's warm, cars are hooking up, prep is on point. Reaction time 087 in the right lane, 089 in the left. 657 to Mr. Hendry in the right-hand lane in the 73 Cuda. Mr. Penner in the left lane in the fair lane gets a 654 at 102 mile an hour. Left-hand lane, Mr. Brian Appleby at a Regina 1968 Dodge Charger with his new red stripe he's pretty proud of. I guess he painted his golf cart to match or something. And the right-hand lane, Kevin Bonnard out of Watson, Saskatchewan with the 1970 Plymouth Satellite. In the 650 class, we're dwindling down to the last couple pairs. Oh, got a little stray on the Charger. Straightened her back out, 027 reaction time, and he runs a 643 on a breakout. Mr. Bodner to the right-hand lane, finished up at the 688, 101 mile an hour. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5-6. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5-6. Right-hand lane, Dylan Uremko to Lorette, Manitoba, 1972 Chevy Vega. Left-hand lane, Mr. Steven Betker out of Saskatoon, 1964 Ford Falcon. These will be the last pair in our 650 class. Mr. Betker's making a good pass. What's he got? 645, a little bit of a breakout. 645 at 106 mile an hour for the Falcon. Right-hand lane for the Vega runs a 793 at 94 mile an hour. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. You've been called. All right, we're just putting a little bit of dust down here, and we're kicking off the second round of the Real Steel Big Tire. Extreme Big Tire, I see a couple cars in lane 5 and 6. Let's go, you've been called. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. We only got a few t-shirts left for the first annual Heads Up Havoc. The limited edition t-shirts are almost sold out. So if you want one, you better get to the tent to the west side of the tech booth. We're almost out. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Let's rock and roll. Real Steel Big Tire, you should already be in lane 1 and 2. We're ready to roll. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. You've been called. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. All right, left-hand lane, we got the Flying Flamin'. That's Russ Flamin out of Regina, Saskatchewan, 1969 Pontiac GTO. The one that looks like it got dragged out of a bush. And on the right-hand side, James Brain out of Weyburn, 1987 GMC Wrangler. Russ Flamin runs a 453 at 162 mile an hour out the top. Wow. James Frayne knocks the tires off, has a little bit of struggle on the line and still runs a 610. But the most impressive part, 610 at 140 mile an hour for the truck. He gathered it up quick. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, lane 1 and 2. Small tire streetcar, you've been called, lane 1 and 2. Right hand lane, Mr. Travis Wanlord of Moose Jaw, 65 Pontiac Acadian. And in the left hand lane, smiling, Leroy Schmidt, king of the Gold Rim mountain bike. Out of Saskatoon, 86 Buick Regal. Acadian, nice pass out of 573 at 119 mile an hour. Leroy's going to run a 595 at 115 in the Buick in the left-hand lane. Extreme small tire, you've been called, lane 3 and 4. I don't have anybody up here yet, but let's get your butts going. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, lane 1 and 2. Extreme big tire, lane 5 and 6. We only have 3 cars in there. Extreme big tire, lane 5 and 6, please. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. And small tire streetcar, lane 1 and 2. Extreme big tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, lane 1 and 2. Extreme big tire, come on, 5 and 6, we're firing this up. You got to rock and roll here, let's go. Extreme big tire, lane 5 and 6. We only have 5 out of 8 cars, we're still missing a couple here. Extreme big tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme big tire lane 5 and 6. Extreme small tire lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar lane 1 and 2. Oh, Chris Houston's at the front of the pack. He's ready to go. All right, left-hand lane, Mr. David Schroeder out of Mississauga, Ontario, talking about coming a long ways to join us today. 2019 Chevy Corvette in the left-hand lane. Thanks for making the trip. Right-hand lane, Mr. Gordon's back out of Saskatoon, 1963 Chevy Corvette. That was quick. Yeah, sorry for Dave Schroeder's pass there. It looked like he was just a little bit out of the groove there. A little bit touch on the right side. The next two racers are up. Left-hand lane, we got Ricky Brown out of Indian Head in the 03 Corvette. And the right-hand lane, we got, looks like Scotty Yaremko, 02 Chevy Camaro to Saskatoon. Left-hand lane for Ricky Brown runs a 490 at 142 mile an hour. Right-hand lane, Scotty Yaremko's Camaro got a little bit loose and off to the left. He coasted through to 566 at 90. Right-hand lane on the solo run, we got Mr. Barry Stetner in his other Camaro. He calls it the other car. 1969 Camaro out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Fairly new ride for Barry. Finished up a project over the winter time. He added a Dragons car show this year. I think he added a Majestic as well. You got a chance to look at this car, man. It is something. Top to bottom, front to back. Extreme small tire lane 3 and 4. Let's go. Extreme small tire lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar lane 1 and 2. All right, Barry, get her purged, get her staged. .063 reaction time for the 69 Camaro. 5:16 at 133 mile an hour. Nice hit, Barry. Oh, those zoomies sucked us down next to. All right, guys, we got another racer in need of a little bit of help here. Does anybody have a welder on the property? We got a broken arm on one of our vehicles. We need a welder on the property. James Frayne needs help with that blue truck in the pit. We need a welder. Mr. Frayne needs some help again, please, and thank you. If anybody can give him a hand, it'd be much appreciated. Once again, we need a welder, welding machine. I'm pretty sure James can weld it, but he needs the machine. He needs to do repair on his truck on the track bar. So better to find it before it became too catastrophic, that's for sure. So if anybody's got a welder that can help out James Frayne in the pit, he'd really appreciate your help. Blue Chevy truck on the end. All right, we got Mr. Doug Hesh from Regina taking another hit in that beautiful 04 Chevy Cavalier. Naturally aspirated, big block, no power adders, no turbo, no pro charger, no supercharger, no nitrous. Just a big honking carburetors on the big block. Just making an adjustment to the ladder bars here, getting them set up. Got them chalked so you can see how it trails when it takes off. He had a nice launch, wheels off the ground, gathered it back up. He still runs a 435 at 163 mile an hour. He got out of the groove on the left side, let off a little bit, and still pulled off a 435 at 163. Nice pass, Mr. Dougie Hesh. got to be sure to check out that we're doing a lot of recording today of the event. It'll be posted late tonight or tomorrow morning, one of the two. Depends how quickly we can get it up there to our SIR YouTube channel. So be sure. Hesha 60 foot was a 1.020. Watch the top end. All right, just had to make sure we get them off the track safely before we send the next car down. We're all set and ready to go. The SIR truck will pull off the left side. It looks like Mr. Dan Volk is going to light him up and try and get her to hook. Man, that car's been around. He's taken that car racing all over North America. 1963 Corvette Stingray. That is Dan Volk from Vogue Racing out of Regina, Saskatchewan. All right, see the white mist? He's purging the nitrous on the Corvette. Mr. Boat's gonna step up here. We're gonna see if we can get him to stick. Getting him staged. He got her to go. Look at this. 432. 175 mile an hour for Mr. Dan Vogt. Out of the Corvette. What a pass. Shook a little bit and he held her. He took her right out the 8th. 432, 175 mile an hour. 60-foot time was a 1:1:40. Nice pass, Mr. Vogt. Extreme small tire, you should be in lane 3 and 4, locked and loaded. Small tire streetcar should be in lane 1 and 2, locked and loaded as well. We're touching up the track and we're going underway again. Hey, if the extreme small tire guys, if anybody feels like running in lane 3, you can definitely pull your car into lane 3 because everybody's lined up in lane 4, but I think it was lane 3 and 4. Did I say lane 4? Maybe I stuttered. I don't know. But 3 and 4, where's he going to go? Wow, he's in lane 2. Well, that's not going to help us out very much. Lane 3 and 4. Lane 3 and 4. Anyone? Any takers? Nobody wants lane 3? What is it with lane 3? All right, like we said, we're just touching up the track here a little bit in between. And once again, Mr. Wade Key of Key Storage out of Regina came up here and donated some cash for a couple of prizes again today. Small tire streetcar, best reaction time is going to get $100. That is for the day. and the best reaction time in the tailgate class will also get $100 compliment to Key Storage from Mr. Wade Key, Highway 1 East in Regina.
40. The second car.
Once again, Extreme Small Tire Lane 3. Small Tire Streetcar, Lane 1 and 2.
Follow me down.
All right, it looks like we got Tyson Daranoski in the golf cart on return road, and he's got the T-shirt cannon. You guys want to watch out for that black bazooka. He's going to do some shooting. We're going to see how far he can shoot. Cody, you got to take him to the crowd at least. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get ready for the shirt cannon. You're going to see how far you can shoot it. You'll never hit the beer gardens from there. Here we go. Not even close. You got to turn it on first, right? Extreme small tire, you already should be in lanes 3 and 4. Hey, somebody pulled into lane 3. I guess it can be taught. That's awesome. And lane 1 and 2 should have our small tire street car. Tailgate class, you've been called. Tailgate class, you've been called. Lane 5 and 6. Tailgaters, all 3 of you. Lane 5 and 6, please. See, I said please. And lane 5 and lane 6. And tailgate. I don't think I missed anything. All right, where's our t-shirt cannon? I don't see him in action. We're just Skippy's dragging his rubber. We're going to see what we're going to get going here pretty quick. We already did some dragging. We did some spraying. Finish up a little bit of dragging. We should be underway pretty quick. All right, so before the radial class and the small tire class comes up, they need that track to be in optimum condition. That's why we kind of touch it up after the big cars before we get to the radial tire and small tire. If we do the drag, we do the spray, we do the drag, we give that give the track a little bit of extra attention. Try and give them the best traction that they could get with small tires to give us an even better show, give them some personal bests. So that's why we choose to do it in right before the beginning of them. Hope that makes sense. Hey, we got a tailgater in lane 6. We need another 2 tailgates, lane 5 and 6. Let's rock and roll. And once again, we got a best reaction time for the small tire streetcar. Best reaction time gets $100. Compliments of key storage from Wade Key out of Regina. And the tailgate, the best reaction time of the tailgate class today, will also get $100. Compliments of key storage and Wade Key out of Regina, Saskatchewan. All right, we're just spreading a little bit of pixie dust on the track there. A little SLR, I think it's called starting line residue. Helps with the traction off the hit. Looks like we're almost ready to get underway. I think the next class is the extreme small tire in lane 3 and 4. We got one truck, no tailgate. We got one truck with a tailgate. And we're just looking for the third truck. Kelly Kreutzer does have a tailgate on the S10. Gary just checking the starting line with the traction meter. Looks like we are ready to go. Lane 3 and 4. That is our extreme small tire class. We're going to send our first 2 cars up. Tailgate, we need you in 5 and 6. Tailgate, we got one more. Kelly Kreutzer, we're waiting for you in 5 and 6. Lane 1 and 2, small tire streetcar. You sure to be in and loaded. All right, in the right-hand lane, we got Mr. Chris Houston making the trip out of Lethbridge, Alberta, 1991 Ford Mustang. Him and his wife made the trip out here. Thanks for coming out to SIR for the first time. Left-hand lane, Mr. Rob Tangerman out of Regina, Saskatchewan, 1970 Plymouth Duster. We'll line these 2 boys up, and we're going to see what shakes. Duster left a little bit early. Does not get a time slip. Oh boy, disappointed. Chris Houston in the right-hand lane makes a nice pass. 503 at 141 mile an hour. Looks like our tailgate crew is lined up in 5 and 6. All right, we got a pair of Manitoba boys coming up here. Jeremy Oleski in the right-hand lane out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, 2011 Chevy Camaro. And we got Mark Nolan from Turin, Manitoba, 1980 Chevy Camaro in the left lane. Get lined up in the groove here. Make sure he gets the best hit he possibly can. .750 class, you've been called, lane 3 and 4. .750 class, lane 3 and 4. Oh, blue Camaro started out good, knocked the tires off. Right-hand lane for the black Camaro for Jeremy Oleski, runs a 5:23 140 mile an hour. Wow. Mr. Mark Nolan in the blue Camaro still pulled off a 667 at 117. 750 class, you've been called. .750 class, lane 3 and 4. 750 class, lane 3 and 4. And lane 3 and lane 4. Make sure you use them both. Up next, Kevin Foy in the left-hand lane, 1967 Firebird, a.k.a. the Warbird, out of Cockport, Manitoba. Thanks for making the trip. Mark Dick out of Old Saskatchewan in the right-hand lane, 67 Ford Falcon. Ought to be a good matchup. Warbird's really nailing down some times here this weekend. He's getting quicker and quicker on every pass. You got the crew lining him up, putting him in the groove, so he gets the best hit he possibly can. I think we know that by now. All right, we're just getting them staged to start building some boost up. Listen to that. Oh, Warbird knocked the tires off. Damn it. Right-hand lane for the Ford 568 at 124 mile an hour. Nice pass, Chris Houston. .750 class, you've been called, lane 3 and 4. .750 class, lane 3 and 4, please. That is Pete Campbell in the right-hand lane out of West Paul, Manitoba. 1968 Chevy Camaro. Making a bit of a solo hit here to wrap up our extreme small tire class. Not really sure what happened there. He pulled off a 531 at 129 mile an hour. Sat there a little long. .750 class, lane 3 and 4, you've been called. Let's run and rock and roll. Lane 1 and 2, we should be loaded. That should be the small tire streetcar. There is a donation from Key Storage out of Regina. Mr. Wade Key donated $100 to the best reaction time today for the small tire streetcar. And another $100 for the best reaction time in the tailgate class today. Thanks again to Mr. Wade Key for that. All right, left-hand lane, Mr. Brent Stevens out of Milford, Saskatchewan, 1969 Dodge Swinger. And the right-hand lane, Mr. George Bolinski out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, 1991 Pontiac Trans Am. All right, we're off to the races here. Brent Stevens in the left lane, 672. Right-hand lane for the GTA. Nice pass, 651. 90 mile an hour. Left-hand lane, Derek Fontaine out of Winnipeg, 2009 Dodge Challenger. And in the right-hand lane, we got Brian Stevenson out of Corman Park, Saskatchewan, with his recent overhaul of the 85 Ford Mustang. Overloaded. Knocked the tires off in the right lane. Sorry, Brian. Chargers are going to finish with a 631 at 123 mile an hour. Okay, we got the red Mustang pulling off to the right side. We're just going to check and make sure he's okay.
Shut him down.
All right, we're going to head down the track here in the right-hand lane. Make sure Mr. Brian Stevenson is okay in the 85 Ford Mustang. That car sure wanted to leave in a hurry. Let's just make sure he's okay, the car's okay. Make sure we're not leaking any fluids. We'll try and keep it safe for everybody.
Just a diaper.
All right, don't forget, Hector's Grub Hub is open. Best damn food you'll have at a racetrack. Get over there, get yourself a farmer dog, a poutine, a cheeseburger, a hot dog, a double cheeseburger. I think they have dry ribs, fries, etc., etc. They got ice cream going on again this weekend. You can also check out the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. I think Elaine's out there serving some cold ones today. Some cold, responsible, refreshing adult beverages. I wonder how the t-shirt sales are going on at the tent. Almost done?
What's got going on up there, Gary?
T-shirt sales. We only got a few left, you guys. If you want a limited edition, heads up, Havoc t-shirt, you better get your way over to that tent. They are almost sold out. A couple adult shirts and a couple kid shirts left. I think that's all we got. 750 class, you should be locked and loaded in lanes 3 and 4. Tailgate class, I see you in 5 and 6. Thank you very much for being on time and being ready. All right, looks like it sounds like the Mustang is drivable. He's going to fire it up. He checked to make sure everything seemed to be okay. He's going to kind of hug the right side and make his way off the track here. We're just going to make sure that nothing else happened up to where he exited the track. Just give us a minute to finish walking it out. We'll be ready to go. Well, we should be almost ready to roll, you guys. Should be almost ready to roll. Everyone in the trucks, you guys ready to go? Going to be firing up here. I'd probably say in a minute or two max, we should be rocking and rolling again. All right, it looks like we're going to be underway here. We're just backing up the cars. We're going to give them a little bit more water in case they want to do the big greasy. It's a little easier to get them spinning in water and trail it out. Who's done the greasiest burnout today? Man, we should think about that for a class, eh? Not a burnout contest, but the greasiest burnout. I think last night we saw that demon make a real greasy one rolling out. I think we got a Camaro on Camaro coming under the tower. The bark and the bite. That's Ryan Magnus out of Unity, Saskatchewan. 2010 Chevy Camaro in the left-hand lane. And the right-hand lane coming to us out of St. Andrews, Manitoba. Mr. James Dick with the 79 Chevy Camaro. A couple generations of Camaro apart. Reaction time in the left-hand lane for the blue Camaro with an 076. Right-hand lane with an 098, but he's closing out the 8. 595 at 126 mile an hour for James Dick out of St. Andrews, Manitoba. Left-hand lane for Ryan Magnus out of Unity is going to get a 702 at a 100 flat. I think we got one more car left to run in that class in the small tire street car. Should be Kirk DeLorme at a Landmark, Manitoba, 92 Ford Mustang. I can't see it, but I think I hear it. I'll try and give you the play-by-play, but I can't see anything. They opened the burnout gate on the right lane. Oh, they're pushing them out. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Kirk. Try and get her ironed out, and we'll give you another one. Well, you never like to see that. You know, you put so much time and effort and work into these things, and you get them up here, and the smallest little thing can just cause that issue, you know. Well, it's driving out on its own accord here. Kirk will go to the pit and get her ironed out and see what's going on. I think we're going to be moving on to the tailgate class now. We got 3 tailgaters coming up along with that beautiful diesel truck, man, I tell you. Jeremy Struick out of Idlesider, Alberta with the 01 Chevy 2500 HD. Man, oh man, this truck really hauls some butt down that track. I can't see anything. Is that ever awesome? Wow. Jeremy Struick, Idlesider, Alberta with the diesel truck in the left-hand lane. Ian Urenco out of Battleford in the right-hand lane, 2023 Ford F-150. Diesel truck left, holy crap! He's hauling her down the track, 636 at 115 miles an hour. Rolling coal the whole way down. Very, very, very nice pass. Ian Urenco in the right-hand lane got a little anxious and left before the stage was done. I don't think he's gonna get a time slip for that, unfortunately. That is Mr. Kelly Kreutzer coming at you. All right, 650 class, you've been called. Lane 5 and 6. 650 class, lane 5 and 6. Please. 650 class, you've been called. 5 and 6. Left-hand lane, Mr. Kelly Kreutzer out of Elgoni, Saskatchewan, 1982 Chevy S10. It hooked. It's going. Out the 8, 563. That's a little quicker than last time. 563 at 123 mile an hour.
Should be in a bag.
I think he's got more in that truck for sure.
It was in the
650 class, you've been called. Lane 5 and 6. 650 class, lane 5 and 6. 750 class, you already should be in 3 and 4. .650 class, lane 5 and 6. 650 class, lane 5 and 6 for your third run. Let's go. Couple of bracket racers now coming up. Right hand lane, Amanda Amanda Jasic Flamin, Queen of the Streets, out of Regina, Saskatchewan, 1990 GTA. Left-hand lane, Mr. Tyson Daranoski, driving Sandy, the 99 S10. 082 reaction time. And the white truck finished off in the left-hand lane, 7:38. Little bit of a breakout, 7:38, 86 mile an hour. And Amanda in the right-hand lane in the black GTA Trans Am finished up with a 7:54, 91 miles per hour. Left-hand lane, Mr. Bell Belcher to Unity, Saskatchewan, 2022 Mustang Mach 1. Right-hand lane, Mr. Chad Penner to Martinsville with another Mustang, 1993. Think he's still running the 5-speed in that car as well. Pony on pony, stang on stang. Saturday night, I'm looking for something. Reaction time goes to the red Mustang in the right lane on a 153 reaction out the top. 756 on a 750 dial. 96 mile an hour. Left-hand lane for the Mustang Mach 1. He's just going to hit the reset button and, you know, do it again in his third run. Let's hope for a little better. Left-hand lane, Mr. Rick Scott of the Hallbright, Saskatchewan, 1981 Chevy Malibu. And welcome back, Reed Holland in the right-hand lane out of Martinsville, 1978 Mercury Monarch. I think he's got a little bit of spray in that car today. And Rick Scott in the left lane claims he's using a 2x4 as a little bit of a reducer plate, restrictor plate to slow his car down. I'd like to see it, personally. Oh, Rick got a little anxious. Right-hand lane reaction time at a 135. 731 for the Malibu in the left lane. 750 with a 5 for Reed Holland in the right-hand lane. That is a near perfect pass right there for a 750 class. Left-hand lane, Mr. Clayton Pike out of Winnipeg, Manitoba on the 1977 Chevy Corvette. Right-hand lane, Darren Shimko out of Saskatoon, 78 Chevy Nova. Reaction times are pretty close. Corvette got a little better reaction, 220. Corvette runs an 813 out the back at an 86. The Nova finish up with a 765 on an 87. 650 class. Atta boy, atta girl. 650 class. You've been called lane 5 and 6. Left-hand lane, Mr. Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon, 1976 Dodge D200 truck. And the right-hand lane, Mr. George Scott out of Battleford with the 67 Chevy Nova. Reaction time goes to the truck in the left-hand lane. Past the 330, heading up the 8. Looks like the Nova, 734. Runs a little too quick at 93 mile an hour. And 820 for the Dodge truck in the left-hand lane. All right, left-hand lane, we got Ryan Magnus, locked and loaded from Unity, Saskatchewan, 2010 Chevy Camaro. Right-hand lane, Mr. Jansen Atten out of Outlook, Saskatchewan, 1982 Chevy Camaro. Oh, we had a little stumble in the left lane, but he's getting her going. Right-hand lane is going to finish up with a 744. Jansen, you were just a little too quick. Left-hand lane gets a 760 at 101. Ryan, good run. 650 class, you've been called. Lane 3, 4, 5, and 6. 650, you've been called. Bernie Pfeiffer in the right-hand lane out of Saskatoon with the 69 AMC AMX. 088 reaction time. Head out the top of the 8th, 729 at 91 mile an hour. Just a touch too fast, Bernie. Let's slow her down just a hair. If there's any stragglers left in the 650 class, we need you up and staging. 3, 4, 5, and 6 for 650 class. Ashley just got sprayed with starting line residue. Clean it. You better. No, don't eat it. Aki's. Aki's, don't do it. Nothing's going to take that off. A great day. Look at that flag. Just limp. I can't say more. I saw children here, but you get the hint. Everyone knows that joke. We got a limp flag. We got decent temperatures here. Track's hooking up. Cars are doing good. Just going to go into our third round here. Third testing is starting right now. 650 class is locked and loaded in 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm sure you guys are getting hungry by now. It is 10 to 2. Holy crap. It is 10 to 2. We're having a good day, though. We don't care. Doesn't matter to me what time it is. I got nowhere to be. Starting line residue is back on both lanes here. We're getting geared up. We're going to be firing up momentarily. Kind of keep things running. All right, we got our first two coming out from lane 5 and 6 to start off the third round of testing today for the Heads Up Havoc event here at SIR. Left-hand lane, Mr. Nathan Seibel out of Swift Current, Saskatchewan, 1985 Mercury Capri. And in the right-hand lane, doing the greasy, is the Dodge Demon, 2018 Dodge Demon. That's Lauren Krieger out of Viscount, Saskatchewan.
Left lane, blue.
Who got a little bit squirrely there, Mr. Seibel. What are we going to finish up? Right-hand lane for the Demon, 677 on a 650. Left-hand lane, we got a 675 for the Capri at 102 mile an hour. '67 Camaro in the left-hand lane, making another hit yet today. Right-hand lane is that 2023 Ford F-150. That is Ian Yawarenko out of Battleford. Left-hand lane is Stephen Funk out of Glassland. 051 reaction time for the Camaro. Camaro gets through 657 on a 650 dial. And the truck comes out at a 669 on a 650 at 108 mile an hour. Right-hand lane is John Martin out of Portage La Prairie, Manitoba, 1991 Ford Mustang. And the left-hand lane is Miss Taryn McBain out of Saskatoon, 1961 Sunbeam Alpine. See if Travis has her dialed right to the 650. 026 reaction time for Taryn McBain in the left-hand lane. 646 on a 650. And in the right-hand lane, 665 on a 650 at 101 mile an hour for John Martin. Real Steel, Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Real Steel, Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. It's your first call. Left-hand lane is Jamie Marjoram out of Saskatoon in the 89 Mustang. And the Mustang is going to run 730 at 101. Ryan Appleby in the right-hand lane with the beautiful 68 Dodge Charger. 660 at 104 mile an hour for the Charger. Left-hand lane, Mr. Camden Fiesel out of Regina, 1979 Chevy Nova. Right-hand lane is Austin Samolesky out of Quebec, Saskatchewan. 1981 Chevy Camaro. Both trying to achieve the perfect 650. Real Steel Big Tire, you've been called to lane 1 and 2. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. 087 reaction time for Cam Fiesel in the left lane for the Black Nova. 651 on a 650 dial for the member of the Feasible Racing team. Good job, Captain. Right-hand lane will get a 683.99 mile an hour for Austin Samolesky. Right-hand lane, Corey Samolesky out of Cleveland, Saskatchewan, 1973 Split Bumper Camaro. Left-hand lane, Mr. Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Thanks for making the trip out here from Lloyd. 63 Pontiac Acadian. Pretty close. Yellow Camaro's pulling away a little bit on the right. 642 in the right-hand lane for Corey. Left-hand lane's going to run a 652 on a 650 dial. Good job, Rob Phillips. Gotta love it, gotta love it. Left-hand lane, Mason Boschman. Out of Martinville, Saskatchewan, 1982 Pontiac Trans Am. Out of the Mullet Mafia. Right-hand lane is Mr. Jake Fiesel out of Regina, 1987 Chevy Camaro. Camaro. It's a Camaro, son. Nice light for Jake Fiesel on the right-hand lane with an 038 reaction time. Boschman 642, just a little too quick again. Fiesel's on the right-hand lane, 656 at 103 mile an hour. Real Steel, Big Tire, Real Steel, Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Real Steel, Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Left-hand lane, Scott Kielski out of Regina with the 02 Ford Mustang. Right-hand lane, Justin Haru, Saskatoon, 79 Cutlass Calais. Had a little bit of a hiccup in the right lane last time for Justin. Hopefully he got her ironed out and it was something minor. Let's see what's happening. One-one-two reaction time for Justin Haru in the right-hand lane. Looks like he got her ironed out. Right-hand lane, 646, 107 mile an hour. Left-hand lane, Scott Kielski out of Regina ran a 645 at 111. Double breakout. All right, in case you're wondering what's going on in the return road, they're finished their third pass. They're going to get their time slip. They're going to be drawing cards to see who they're going to run in the next round. Purely random. Draw a card out of a bag, and that's who you're running. Left-hand lane, Mr. Richie Harder looking for the perfect 650 again. Out of Saskatoon with the 88 Chevy S10. Right-hand lane, I got Mr. Matt Hendry out of Dundurn with the 73 Plymouth Cuda. Matt Hendry's going to go on a single here. We just want to make sure everything's good with the truck. We thought we saw a little bit of fluid. Matt Hendry's going to get 650. A 650 at 105 mile an hour. Good run, Mr. Matt Hendry. 650 with a 6. Okay, just give us a minute here. We want to make sure everything's good with the S10 in the left lane. Gonna check it out and make sure we got no issues here. All right, we got a fresh couple of cars coming up right now. All right, Extreme Big Tire, you've been called. Lane 5 and 6. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme Big Tire, you've been called. Lane 5 and 6. Left-hand lane, Mr. Dale East out of Regina, Saskatchewan of the 1972 Oldsmobile 442. Right-hand lane, Mr. Floyd Chapel out of Grandor with a 68 dog start. Reaction time goes to the Oldsmobile in the left-hand lane. 652 for the Oldsmobile on the left. 652 at a 105. Right-hand lane for Floyd Chapel, 646 at a 104. All right, we're just touching this up to make sure we're good here. So Nolan Penner can make a good hit in the left lane. Extreme Big Tire, you've been called. Lane 5 and 6. Extreme Big Tire, 5, 6. Left-hand lane, Mr. Nolan Penner out of Hepburn, Saskatchewan. 56 Ford Fairlane. Right-hand lane with the 1930 Ford Roadster, Kevin Wilms out of Hepburn, Saskatchewan. Had a little issue here with the fair lane. Right-hand lane gets a 713 and 97 mile an hour. Left-hand lane, just something wasn't right for Nolan Penner, so he stayed out of her. Left-hand lane, Jason Howell out of Lloydminster, Alberta, 1971 Dodge Charger. Right-hand lane is Mr. Kim Bodard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, 1970 Plymouth Satellite. That Satellite is probably the nicest colors there are. Orange and black, just like my Philadelphia Flyers. Couple of good reaction times there. 6:57 in the left lane for Mr. Howdle. And we got a 6:65 for Kim Boddard in the right-hand lane. There's a couple of good friends out there going heads up right now. Barry Stettner in the left-hand lane from BBJ. 5-star services out of Regina, 67 Camaro. Right-hand lane, Mr. Wayne McKinnon from Neighbors Mechanical out of Regina, Saskatchewan, 1997 Chevy Cavalier. Both in the 650 class today. Ooh, 014 reaction for Wayne McKinnon in the right-hand lane, 697 on a 74 mile an hour. And the Camaro runs a 685 at 77. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme Big Tire, lane 5 and 6. All right, in the right-hand lane, we have another Hendry. I think that Glenn is piloting the 68 Barracuda today. Get a solo hit. 120 reaction time for the Barracuda. Crosses out the top of the 8. 725. 725, 94 mile an hour. Left-hand lane, Dylan Urenco out of Lorette, Manitoba, 72 Chevy Vega. Harold Penner's in the right-hand lane out of Martinsville with the 66 Fairlane. Pretty close in reaction time. Fairlane got it by a little bit in reaction. 654 for the Fairlane in the right lane. 726 at 95 mile an hour for the Vega in the left. Steven Betker with a good greasy burnout. 1964 Ford Falcon out of Saskatoon. And Betker not with the best reaction, but let's see what his time says. 7:37. A little slow for the 650 class. 91 mile an hour. Extreme Big Tire lane 5 and 6. Extreme Big Tire lane 5 and 6. Real Steel Big Tires lane 1 and 2. Richie Harder back again in the S10. He had a little bit of a malfunction and a drip. Looks like he's got her fixed now. So he's going to take his third hit. He's going to end out and round out our 650 class here in the third round. 055 reaction time for Richie Harder in the S10. Runs through the 8. 653 at 104.99. At least it was a minor repair. Tightening a line is always a blessing. All right, Real Steel Big Tire is next in lane 1 and 2. All right, here comes our first two in the Real Steel Big Tire to get the round 3 into the books. Left-hand lane, we got a white mist coming out. I love it. That's Travis Wanderer and a Moose Jaw, 65 Pontiac Acadian. Right-hand lane, we got Mr. Leroy Schmidt out of Saskatoon with the 86 Buick Regal. Smiling Leroy Schmidt. Pretty even reaction times there. What's going on up the 8? Acadian, 585 at 117 mile an hour. Leroy Schmidt will finish up with a 600 at 114 mile an hour. Well, look who joined the party. James Frayne is back in the right-hand lane with the 87 GMC Wrangler out of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Left-hand lane, we got Alex Foray from Saskatoon, 77 Chevy Camaro. Extreme Small Tire, you've been called to lanes 3 and 4. Extreme Small Tire, you have been called lanes 3 and 4. This is your call. All right, we're going to see what James Frayne is going to do here. getting ready to stage. He had a couple problems today in the truck, but he's persevered. He's come through it. Holy crap. Woo, he got a little bit loose, and he still runs a 534 to 141 mile an hour. Wow. Okay, I got to remind all drivers, if you're not making your third pass, you still need to go to the ticket booth and draw your card for the next round. If you're not taking your third pass, go to the ticket booth, draw your card for the next round, because it will not be drawn for you. Extreme big tires, lane 5 and 6. Extreme big tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme small tire, you've been called. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. All right, taking a solo hit here on the right-hand lane is Russ Flamin out of Regina. 1969 Pontiac GTO with a fairly new build for him this winter. .93 reaction time, got a little bit loose to the left, and he still pulls out a 452 at 162 mile an hour. 452 at a 162 is a good hit. All right, extreme small tire, you've been called. Lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme big tire, I see you in lane 5 and 6. Then we got a test going on. Mr. Botherchuck's going to take a run from lane 1. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. All right, left-hand lane, Mr. David Schroeder out of Mississauga, Ontario. Man, this guy came a long way to help us out today. He gets to run his car in our track. He gets to have some fun. He gets to visit with all of us, right? Who wouldn't want to visit with us? And in the right-hand lane, Mr. Scotty Uremko out of Saskatoon, and newer pro mod for him, 02 Chevy Camaro. A couple of good hits from a couple of massive fast cars. Okay, we're just trying to make sure we get the 19 Corvette and get Mr. Schroeder lined up in the groove. Scotty Uremko with an 099 reaction time. Almost got a little bit loose at the top. 464 to 153 mile per hour. It's like we had a little bit of an issue with Mr. Schroeder's car here. Just gonna back it out, check it out, see what's going on. We'll stage another car. Extreme small tire, you've been called. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Lane 3 and 4. All right, Eric Bone, Nathan Seibel, Lauren Krieger, you need to go to the ticket booth and draw your car. Eric Bone, Nathan Seibel, Lauren Krieger to the ticket booth. Left-hand lane, we got Barry Stetner out of Regina, Saskatchewan with the 69 Chevy Camaro. Gord Spock out of Saskatoon in the right-hand lane with the 63 Corvette. Eric Bone to the ET booth. Nathan Seibel to the ET booth. Lauren Krieger to the ET booth. You need to go there and draw your card for the next round. Eric Bone, Nathan Seibel, Lauren Krieger to the ET booth and draw your card for the next round. All right, back to the action. Barry Stetner in the left-hand lane in the Camaro. Gordon Spock in the Corvette in the right-hand lane. You see the mist. We got the spray. Barry's bleeding her out. Here we go. Barry Stetner with the 337 reaction time takes out the 8 mile at 497. 139 mile an hour for Barry in the Camaro. Gordon Spock had a little bit of malfunction. Extreme small tire lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire lane 3 and 4. You've been called. Extreme small tire lane 3 and 4. Oh, we got a pair of Chevys lining up to make a hit here in the left-hand lane. Mr. Doug Hesh out of Regina. Chevy Cavalier 2004, naturally aspirated big block. No nitrous, no turbo, no ProCharger, no supercharger. And in the right-hand lane, Ricky Brown out of Indian Head, Saskatchewan. 03 Chevy Corvette with that giant silver hood scoop. Eric Bone to the ET booth. Nathan Seibel to the ET booth. Lauren Krieger to the ET booth. Oh, Doug Heck. Oh, he hooked up and left. Doug Hesh got a 1:01 60-foot time. And he got a little squirrely about 200 feet out. Right-hand lane for Ricky Brown. He finished up with a 490 at 142 mile an hour. Doug Hesh still managed to finish that pass in the left lane. 464 to 127 with a 1:01 60-foot. Small tire streetcar, lane 5 and 6. Small tire streetcar, lane 5 and 6. Small tire streetcar, you've been called, lane 5 and 6. All right, right-hand lane, we got Mr. Corey Triffo piloting a Vogue racing car. That is a 94 Corvette ZR1. Mr. Corey Triffo is nice enough to pilot the car for the group today. A little bit of hiccup on the starting line, but he still pulled off a 570 at 112 mile an hour for Corey Trefo in the right-hand lane. 570 at 112. And remember, guys, and ladies and gentlemen, if you're not taking your third pass, you still need to go to the ET booth and draw your card for the next round. We had some stragglers that kind of forgot, so just a kind of a bit of a nice reminder. Go to the ET booth and make sure you draw your card for the next round. Extreme small tire, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Small tire street car should be lanes 5 and 6. Dave Bondarchuk in the 1970 Superbird out of Grandeur, Saskatchewan. Oh my God! You gotta love it. And you love the zoomies. Who doesn't love zoomies? I know the Mullet Mafia loves the zoomies. I know Barry Stetner loves the zoomies. And I guess Dave Bondarchuk loves the zoomies too. All right, we're going to see what Dave Bondarchuk's going to do with the 1970 Superbird. Just get him staged up. .205 reaction time. What has he got? What has he got? What has he got? 729, 189 miles an hour for the left-hand lane. Both chutes are out. His 8th mile was 476 at 153 mile an hour, and he finishes up the quarter 729 at 189 mile an hour. All right, what do we got here? The extreme small tire should be in lane 3 and 4. We got small tire streetcar should be in lane 5 and 6. Tailgates, tailgate class, all three of you guys. Lanes 1 and 2. Tailgate class has been called. Lane 1 and 2. Take a moment again to thank our sponsors for helping us put on this event. BBJ 5-Star out of Regina, Big Bird's Tavern out of Dundurn, Ross Electric out of Saskatoon, Poor Boys Customs out of Weyburn, Sewer and Poland Mechanical out of Saskatoon, Queen City Auto Body out of Regina, Russ Flamin and Agri Services out of the Regina area, GB Construction out of Weyburn, Triumph Construction out of Saskatoon, Ram Excavation out of Prince Albert, Valley Boys Plumbing and Heating out of the Lumsden and Craven area, Tech 7 Auto Repair to Saskatoon, Link Trailers out of Regina, Ashley Woodbine Photography in Saskatoon, LB Signs in Saskatoon, High Tech Profiles out of Regina, Deck Brothers Performance out of Pilot Butte, and Dyna Crane Services out of Regina. And thanks again to Russ Flamin, Cody Russo, and Amanda Jasic Flamin for taking all the time and organizing this event. I think for a first event, this is a really great thing to see here at SIR. Looking forward to next year. I'm likely going to see a good increase in cars, increase in people here. Just a bunch of amazing, amazing vehicles coming out of the woodwork for a streetcar event like this. You gotta love it. It's really nice to be part of it for the first year. Thanks again to James Gordon and Braden Haru for doing the live streaming we had last night on our Heads Up testing. It was live streamed to the SIR YouTube channel. Today is being recorded, and they'll get it posted late tonight, if not by tomorrow morning. So you can check that out tomorrow when we're not racing. All right, like we talked about before, we're doing the prep here before the Extreme Small Tire and the Small Tire Streetcar run. It always helps with the small tires and that much power they're putting down to the road, the street, the track, the road, you know what I mean. Before they get up there, it's nice to have an optimum prep, fresh prep done before they come up. With the smaller tires, it's really hard to put that much power down to the track at that point. So it is nice that we're touching it up in between. So we drag the rubber, a couple rounds, we spray the sticky icky on, give it a drag a few more times to work it in, heat it up, and then we should be ready in a few minutes. Hector's Grub Hub is open. If you want to grab some food, best damn food you'll have at a racetrack. If you'd like a cool, responsible, refreshing beverage, head over to the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. I think we also have the souvenir booth open today. Doreen is in there kind of helping us out. We're also selling 50-50 tickets in the souvenir booth. So if you want your 50-50 ticket, Doreen assures us she still has the winning ticket for sale in the souvenir shop. I don't know how she knows that because I thought it was in my pocket, but she said I'm wrong. She said she's still for sale. Not she. She's not for sale. The ticket's for sale. That's what I meant. And racers, if you choose not to run the third round, make sure you do go to the ET booth and draw your card so you have an opponent for the next round. If you don't draw your card, I'm not sure what they're going to do with you, but I'm sure it won't be pleasant. We got 4 more classes to run through. We'll take a quick 15-20 minute break to get a little bit of a snack in us. And then we start the elimination round. Tailgate class, you've been called. Lane 1 and 2. Tailgate class, you've been called. Lane 1 and 2. We're looking for the diesel, and we're looking for Kelly Kreutzer. When you got time, lane 1 and 2, please. Lane 3 and 4 should be extreme small tire. Lane 5 and 6 should be small tire streetcar. In the extreme big tire class today, the best reaction time of the day, there's a $100 award, a $100 prize, sponsored by BBJ 5-Star Services out of Regina for the best reaction time in the extreme big tire. And then we have another one for the small tire streetcar. We got Key Storage and Wade Key out of Regina, Saskatchewan. He threw $100 to the best reaction time for the small tire streetcar. And Key Storage also threw in another $100 for the best reaction time for the tailgate class. So we got an extra $300 up for grabs today in those three classes. Best reaction time by the end of the day is gonna get her. All right, I don't know where our CFL fans are in the stands. I'm sure we got some Rider fans here. I'm sure we got some Blue Bomber fans here. But I got a question. What happened to those Blue Bombers the other night? How did the Calgary Stampeders beat them 37-16 on a 3-0 team? I don't know what happened there. And look at the crap kicking. The Tiger Cats beat up on Toronto last night 51-38. Today we got the Lions playing the Alouettes, a 1-3 playing a 3-1 team. And then I think the Riders, I think we're on a bye week this week. So I think Sunday is Ottawa, Edmonton. Edmonton, oh man, 0-3. They are having a really crappy season here. And the Oilers, what a heartbreak. If you're an Oiler fan, I'm a Flyer fan, so I had no skin in the game, but I tell you, the Panthers really pulled it off again this year. Sent Edmonton home really thinking what to do. I mean, 2 years in a row to make the cup and not pull it off. That has got to be a tough one. That is a tough one. Got a lot of free agents up this year in the NHL. It's going to be interesting to see who's going where. All right, we're just going to touch this up a little bit more, and we'll be underway here right away. Put a little bit of starting line residue on. Make sure we got the sticky icky going on. Looks like I missed the t-shirt cannon again. Sorry, Tyson. All right. I hear a couple of engines starting up here, so it looks like we are ready to go and underway. Great job to the staff here at SIR, man. They're really turning around that prep for us pretty quick today, I tell you. Extreme small tire class is coming up now to make their third hit. All right, we got a little bit of Manitoba on Manitoba crime going on here. Right-hand lane is Mr. Mark Nolan out of Tour in Manitoba, 1980 Chevy Camaro. Left-hand lane is Jeremy Oleski out of Winnipeg, 2011 Chevy Camaro. What a lead for the Camaro in the left lane. Wow, that's a good pass. 514 at 140 mile an hour. That's a nice hit for Jeremy Oleski in the left. Right-hand lane, 723 to 110. Wow. Next pair up, we got Pete Campbell in the left lane, West Paul, Manitoba, 1968 Chevy Camaro. And in the right-hand lane, the beautiful 91 Ford Mustang out of Lethbridge, Alberta. That is Chris Houston. .750 class, you've been called. Lane 3 and 4, .750 class. You've been called lane 3 and 4, .750 class. Let's go. We got a little bit antsy there in the left lane. We're just going to back him up and reset him so he can make his hit. All right. We're just going to clear out the Mustang here, back it up, and let him get his hit in. Make sure the left car turns off first. All right, Chris Houston's gonna get a crack at it here. Get back in the right-hand lane with that 91 Mustang. Let's see what shakes. .094 reaction time for the Mustang. What's he got at the top? 496. He broke his 5-second mark. 496 at 144 mile an hour for Chris Houston and the Mustang. All right. Supercharger in the right-hand lane for Mark Dick out of Ulster, Saskatchewan, 1967 Ford Falcon. And we got a Pro Charger in the left-hand lane, Mr. Rob Tangerman, Regina, Saskatchewan, 1970 Plymouth Duster. Happened so quick. Flashbang, here we go. Rob knocked the tires off again. Wrangled it up and still held it. Holy crap, 614 on 102 mile an hour. The right-hand lane, 614 with a 1. Left-hand lane, 614 with a 3. That was close. Wow. Even though he knocked the tires off, he got out of the groove a little bit, he still managed to pull it off. Wow, incredible. .750 class, you've been called, lanes 3 and 4. .750 class, lanes 3 and 4. On the right-hand lane, we got Kevin Foy out of Cockport, Manitoba. 67 Pontiac Firebird, a.k.a. the Warbird. I think the last hit he made, he got a little out of it. So we're going to see what he's going to do this time. It's all about redemption at this point on your third pass. Trying to get your testing out of the way before eliminations. 130, oh, 130 reaction time. Started to lift good, chattered the tires a bit. Got out of it and saved it a little bit here. Woo, that is good. We never like to see a car like that heading to the wall. All right, and I believe we're at the beginning of our small tire streetcar class. Best reaction time of this class by the end of the day. We'll get $100, couple bits of key storage and Wade Key out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Left-hand lane, we got George Bolinski out of Winnipeg, Manitoba in the 91 Pontiac GTA. Right-hand lane is Mr. Brent Stevens out of Melfort, 1969 Dodge Swinger. Malfunction at the junction for the TA, but he gets through at 673 at 107. Brent Stevens pulls off a 564 at 126 mile an hour. Man, there's a lot of power at this place today. Wow. Left-hand lane, 92 Ford Mustang out of Landmark, Manitoba. That is Kirk DeLorme coming up for a hit. Nice to see he made her back up here again. I think he had a little bit of a malfunction on the last attempt, but he looks like he's ready to roll now. Right-hand lane, Ryan Magnus out of Unity, Saskatchewan. 2010 Chevy Camaro. Mustang lost a little bit of traction here, but oh, look at him make up for it now. 049 reaction time for the Mustang. Still pulled off a 669 at 113 mile an hour. Right-hand lane for Ryan Magnus and the Camaro. 709 at 102. $750 class, lane 3 and 4. You've been called. $750 class, lane 3 and 4. Left-hand lane, we got Derek Fontaine out of Winnipeg. 2009 Dodge Challenger SRT. And in the right-hand lane, we got Pat Willett out of Lorette, Manitoba, the 79 Malibu, a.k.a. the G-Body Shuffle. We saw it earlier. He's going to be doing the dance again. You watch the right-hand lane as soon as he launches. Man, that front left tire was barely on the ground. Wow, 590 for the Challenger at 122 mile an hour. Right-hand lane, 633 at 113. Don't forget, guys, if you're not taking your third hit, go up to the ET booth and draw your card so you know who you're racing in the next round. Right-hand lane, it looks like James Dick out of St. Andrews, Manitoba, 79 Camaro is going to get a solo hit on this one. Oof. 083 reaction time. He managed to hold the car. He stayed in her. 576 at 125 mile an hour for Mr. James Dick out of St. Andrews. All right, now we're in the tailgate class. Tailgate class, left-hand lane, Kelly Kreitzer out of Balgonie, Saskatchewan, 82 Chevy S10. Right-hand lane, Ian Urenko out of Battleford with the 2023 F-150. Yes, 10 got a little squirrely out, but he held her in. 567, 122 mile an hour. Left-hand lane will finish up with a 677 out of 105 for Ian Urenko. You gotta love that diesel truck. Jeremy Struick out of Otto Cider, Alberta. Thanks for making the trip out here today. 2001 Chevy 2500 HD. Gotta get her spooled. We're gonna bump her in. Flash bang, there he goes. Rolling it right out the 8th mile, 637, 115 mile an hour for that truck. Very nice pass. And here we go with the 750 class rolling in now for the last crack at the testing for the day. Right after that, we're going to be taking a quick break here to grab a snack, hit the washroom, do that kind of thing. You know what I mean? And we'll be firing back up for eliminations coming right up. Left-hand lane, Mr. Tyson Darnowski at a Castro Rio, Saskatchewan, 1999 Chevy S10. Right-hand lane, we got the 81 Chevy Malibu. That's Mr. Rick Scott out of Halbright, Saskatchewan. I don't get a time for Mr. Tyson Darnowski in the left lane, but Rick Scott had a 257 reaction. He runs a 731 at 82 mile an hour. Left-hand lane, nice to see Mr. Reed Holland back. Martinsville, Saskatchewan, 1978 Mercury Monarch with a little bit of spray. Right-hand lane, we got Glenn Hendry running the Anita Cuda, 1968 Plymouth Barracuda out of Dundurn. Take the last pass. Reed Holland ran a 750 on the nose. What's he gonna do this time? 747, just a little too much. Right-hand lane will finish up with a 724, 94 mile an hour for Glenn Hendry. Left-hand lane, Amanda Jacek Flamin, a.k.a. Queen of the Streets, out of Regina, Saskatchewan. 1990 Pontiac Trans Am GTA. I can't forget that part. Right-hand lane is Val Belcher out of Unity, 2022 Mustang Mach 1. 761 for the GTA, 758 for the Mustang. Left-hand lane, we got Jansen Atten in the 82 Chevy Camaro out of Outlook, Saskatchewan. He's taking on Bernie Pfeiffer in the right-hand lane, 69 AMC AMX out of Saskatoon. Full 4.5 reaction time for the Camaro in the left lane. Jansen Atten runs a 758 at 86 mile an hour. Bernie Pfeiffer a little too quick for his class, 738 at 82. Right-hand lane is Darren Shimko out of Saskatoon, 1978 Chevy Nova. Left-hand lane, we got a beautiful 67 Chevy Nova out of Battleford. That is George Scott. Reaction time goes to the 67 Nova in the left lane. Coming out the 8 mile on the brakes, 765 for the 67 Nova. Right-hand lane will take a 786 at 83 mile an hour. Left-hand lane, Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon, 1976 Dodge D200. Right-hand lane, Mr. Ryan Magnus making another hit. 2010 Chevy Camaro out of Unity, Saskatchewan. Reaction time goes to the truck in the left lane with a 115. Eric Humphreys runs at 825 in the 8th mile at 82 mile an hour. Camaro pulls off at 776 at 95 mile an hour. And our last pair to round out our 750 class right now, Chad Penner out of Martinsville in the left-hand lane, 1993 Ford Mustang. And on the right side, we got Clayton Pike out of Winnipeg with the 1977 Corvette. Chad Penner with the reaction time in the left lane with the 5-speed, 173. He pulls a 738, little too quick first class. 738, 97 mile an hour. Corvette will finish off with an 815 on an 85. All right, we're going to take a quick break, you guys. You got about 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes, and we'll get right back into elimination rounds at Heads Up Havoc. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting underway soon. If you haven't checked the ladder to see who you're going to be racing, I would highly advise you do so. Don't show up like a ghost because you're not going to have anyone to run against. Make sure you drew your card, check your ladder, see who you're racing, talk to your partner, which lane you're taking, etc., etc., etc. We're going to be getting underway here right away. Ladies and gentlemen, 650 class has been called. Find your partners, lanes 5 and 6. 650 class, you've been called, lane 5 and 6. Let's go. All right, 650 class, you have been called. 650 class, you've been called. Lanes 5 and 6. Find your partner, grab them, do-si-do, whatever it is you're into, and let's get rolling. All right, guys, in case you missed it on the ladder, there's going to be a run order going in the first round. We're going to be doing the 650, Real Street Big Tire, Extreme Big Tire, Extreme Small Tire, Small Tire Street Car. Tailgates will not be running first round. You'll be running second round. And then to tail up the last of the first round will be the 750 class. So the tailgaters do not have to run until the second round of eliminations due to the small car count or truck count, whatever you want to say. .650 class, looks like you guys have found your partners. Looks like you're getting ready to roll here. We're going to jump into the first round of eliminations. We got a 31 car count out here for this class, so it's probably our biggest class we have. So we'll keep you running. We'll keep you informed the best we can. Just remember, a breakout is a breakout. A red light is a red light. So be on your game, dial your car, and make it happen. All right, this is all going to be heads up racing here, heading out to the next stage. First round of eliminations here at our first annual Heads Up Havoc at SIR. It looks like everybody's going to be pumped for this. A lot of positive response. The track's been on. Everybody's been dialing in their cars, dialing up, dialing down, doing the best they can with what they have. Everything's flowing beautifully. Organizers, Russ Flaman, Cody Russo, Amanda Jessic Flaman, thanks again for all the hard work you've been doing. You've been running around. Plus, you guys are also trying to race. So we'll keep you posted as we keep going rounds as to who's running who.
Okay.
All right, Real Steel, Big Tire. Half the cars are broken. You will not be running first round. Real Steel, Big Tire will not be running second round. Real Steel, Big Tire will start in the third round. So Real Steel, Big Tire, you guys have got some time because you're down to a 3-car count from a 6. When you push your car to the limits, that's kind of what happens. It happens. It breaks. We're just touching up a couple parameters on the timing system. Make sure we got everything running perfectly for this event. And we'll be underway shortly. Hopefully everybody got out there to Hector's Grub Up and got some food. I tell you, with as busy as they are, they sure turned it out pretty quick. Justin Haru has Steven Betker first round. Wow. Naturally aspirated for Mr. Betker, correct? And we're spraying Mr. Haru. We are. All right. That's going to be interesting. Behind there, I see Ryan Appleby with the 68 Charger and the red stripe he put on himself. Or did he paint his cart to match? Painted his cart to match. I think he went with the red and black this year. He's going to be trying his luck against Lauren Krieger and that Demon in the 650 class. Sometimes you're a little faster. Sometimes you're a little slower. It's all about dialing your car to that 650. 650 class. If you run faster than 650, sayonara Robocop, you will be gonzo. See the Samolesky's out. Samolesky's running. It looks like running a Hendry. I think Matt's running the CUDA today. Nate Seibel's running Mr. Bodnard in the first round. McBain's got a Mustang. Chappell's got the Acadian. Penner's got Jake Fiesel. Man, it's getting hard to see. It's got to be my old age. At least eyesight's the first thing to go. Isn't that what they say? I hope so. God, I hope so. All right, we were hoping to see the Green Bastard take a hit last night, and unfortunately there was a little bit of a hiccup. It ended up back in the trailer and taken back home again, so we did not get to see his little test passes last night, unfortunately. We got some fast cars on the property today, as you guys have already seen. Hopefully, guys are just going to look for a little bit of consistency in their timed classes, 650, 750. On the other extreme in the heads up, you know, you got to let her buck, man, or you're going home. That's just the way she goes. So in the first round, once again, the Real Steel Big Tire is not running, and the tailgates are not running first round due to the low vehicle count. I can't call it cars because not a lot of cars have tailgates. I guess El Caminos do. Is that still a tailgate? I think it's tailgate. Be underway right away here. Just going again on the timing system. Another great time to thank our sponsors. BBJ 5-star service out of Regina. Big Mer's Tavern out of Dundurn, Ross Electric out of Saskatoon, Poor Boys Customs out of Weyburn, Sewer and Poland Mechanical out of Saskatoon, Queen City Auto Body out of Regina, Russ Flaman's Agri Services out of the Regina area, GB Construction out of Weyburn, Triumph Construction in Saskatoon, Ram Excavation in Prince Albert, Valley Boys Plumbing and Heating in the Lumsden and Craven area, Tech 7 Auto Repair and their new shop out of Saskatoon, Link Trailers out of Regina, Ashley Woodvine Photography out of Saskatoon, LB Signs out of Saskatoon, High Tech Profiles out of Regina, Deck Brothers Performance out of Pilot Butte, and Dyna Crane Services out of Regina. Big shout out to the sponsors. Woo, we got the engines running, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have Nate Seibel in the right-hand lane. Out of Swift Current with his 85 Mercury Capri taking on Kim Bondard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, 1970 Plymouth Satellite as they enter into the burn box. All right, Mr. Bonder taking on Mr. Seibel here. We're going to step in. We're going to get the 4 bulbs. Flash, bang, away we go. First round of eliminations on the first annual Heads Up Havoc and SYR is underway. Here we go. Here we go. Left-hand lane crosses 667. Right-hand lane 751. We had a little bit of a malfunction. Left-hand lane is going on to the next round. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, you've been called. Extreme Big Tire, lanes 1 and 2, please. Extreme Big Tire, there's your call. Left-hand lane, we got Austin Samolewski out of Clavette, running the 81 Camaro. Right-hand lane, we got Matt Hendry running Dad's car. The 73 Plymouth Coot out of Dundurn. Both in the 650 class. Let's see what shakes. Looks like we got a clean start. We're running down the stretch in the 8th. Right-hand lane with a 664, 92 mile an hour. Left-hand lane with a 675 at 99. Matt Hendry, you're going to the next round. Left-hand lane is Mr. Floyd Chapel out of Grandeur, Saskatchewan with the 1968 Dodge Dart. And in the right-hand lane, Mr. Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Thanks for making the trip to come hang out with us today on this beautiful Saturday, July 5th, 1963 Pontiac Acadian. We got a clean start here, running down the track. Who we gonna have? Popping out the 8th mile. Right-hand lane. We got a double breakout. Left hand ran a 642. Right-hand lane ran a 649. The lesser of the two, 649. Rob Phillips, you're going to the next round. Extreme Big Tire, lanes 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lanes 1 and 2. You've been called Extreme Big Tire. Oh, I've been called worse. Left-hand lane, Jamie Marjoram out of Saskatoon, 89 Ford Mustang, taking on Taryn McBain in the 61 Sunbeam Alpine out of Saskatoon. We got a red light in the left lane from the Mustang. It's all over. Taryn McBain on the right side, closing out the 8th in the Sunbeam. 651 on 106 mile an hour. That'll get you to the next round. Extreme Big Tire, lanes 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lanes 1 and 2, please. Winners, don't forget to draw your card at the ET booth. All right, left-hand lane, we got Nolan Penner out of Hepburn, Saskatchewan, 1966 Ford Fairlane. Gonna try his luck against Jake Fiesel out of Regina, Saskatchewan in the 87 Chevy Camaro in the right-hand lane. 650 is the dial for both of these gentlemen. Let's see what shakes. Reaction time to the right-hand lane. Peeling out the 8, who do we got? Right-hand lane for the win with a 658 at 102 mile an hour. Left-hand lane for Nolan Penner, 664 at 102. Jake Fiesel, draw your card at the ET booth. You're going to the next round. Extreme Big Tire, lanes 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, we need you up here, lanes 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, you've been called. Some of you guys that are double classing some of your cars, we're going to have to wait for you. We understand. Sorry guys, left-hand lane, we got John Martin out of Portage. La Prairie, Manitoba, 91 Mustang in the left-hand lane. Dale Weiss in the right-hand lane with the 70 Oldsmobile. The winner's the right-hand lane with the Oldsmobile at 652 at 104 mile an hour. Left-hand lane for John Martin, unfortunately fell a little bit short with a 668. Dale Weiss here on to the next round. Don't forget to draw the card at the ET booth. All right, we got the spray in the right lane and the Cracky Crasher in the left lane. Right-hand lane, we got Stephen Funk out of Glassland, Saskatchewan, 1967 Chevy Camaro. Taking on his opponent in the left-hand lane, Wayne McKinnon, weighing in at 168. Oh, that's the wrong sport. Wayne McKinnon out of Regina, Saskatchewan in the 97 Cavalier. Oh, the Camaro left a little bit early. Wayne McKinnon in the left lane is going to get a bye to the next round. He's going to let off, play it safe, and run a 710 at 72 mile an hour. Stephen Funk, sorry, buddy, you're out. Wayne McKinnon, draw your card at the ET booth. Left-hand lane, Richie Harder, RWH Motorsports out of Saskatoon, 1988 Chevy S10. Right-hand lane, part of the Mullet Mafia, Mason Boschman out of Martinsville with the 82 Trans Am. He says he likes the zoomies because it makes his hair blow back. You gotta love that Pro Tree. They were very close on the light and the win. Oh, left-hand lane, 655. Richie Harder with the win at 100 mile an hour. Mason Boschman with a 660 at 98. Richie Harder, you're going to the next round. Draw your card at the ET booth. Extreme Big Tire. Extreme Big Tire, we need you in lanes 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lanes 1 and 2. Extreme Small Tire, we need you in lane 5 and 6. Extreme Small Tire, lane 5 and 6. All right, left-hand lane, we got Kevin Wilms out of Hepburn, Saskatchewan, 1934 Roadster. Right-hand lane, Cam Fiesel out of Regina in the 79 Nova. What shakes, what shakes, what shakes. Right-hand lane with the win, 656 on a 650 dial at 105 mile an hour. Camden Fiesel, 652 at 106. Did not have the reaction time. Kevin Wilms, you're going to the next round. All right, two more we got here. Justin Haru in the left-hand lane, 79. Cutlass Calais out of Saskatoon. And in the right-hand lane, Stephen Becker out of Saskatoon, 64 Ford Falcon. Falcon, F-A-L-C-O-N. Falcon, I said. All right, we got a clean race here. Taking off out of the gate. What do we got? What do we got? Left-hand lane, 677 at 94 mile an hour. Right-hand lane for Stephen Becker broke out. He ran a 646. That's a little too quick for your class. Justin Haru, you're going to the next round. Extreme small tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme small tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme big tire, lane 1 and 2. All right, we got Ryan Appleby in the left-hand lane. Beautiful 68 Dodge Charger out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Taking on Lauren Krieger with the newer technology. 2018 Dodge Demon out of Viscount, Saskatchewan. Both dialing 650. Let's see what shakes. It's a clean start out of the gate. The Demon's closing in. Will it be enough? Left-hand lane on the brakes, 660. 88 mile an hour. Right-hand lane for the Demon, 663. 3/100ths of a second difference. 68 Chargers going to the next round. All right. Next pair up, we got Scott Kaelski out of Regina. 2002 Ford Mustang in the left. Right-hand lane, Eric Bone out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. 76 Chevy Vega, both dialed in the 650 class. Extreme big tire, we need you in lane 1 and 2. Extreme small tire, lane 5 and 6. Got a clean start. Reaction times within a thousandth of a second. What do we got out the back? Right-hand lane, 658. 658 for the Vega. He's going to go to the next round, 104 mile an hour. The Mustang on the left was 649 with an 8. He broke out by 2/1000ths of a second. Sorry, man, I get emotional during this stuff here. I'll try and calm down a little bit. What a close race. 2/1000ths, he is gone. Here's a pair of big blocks, you can feel it on the feet. Corey Samolaski out of Clovette, Saskatchewan, 1973 Camaro in the left lane. Barry Stedner with the Gen 1 67 Camaro out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Both dialing in on a 650. Red light in the right. He gave it away to Corey Samolaski. Corey caught a beautiful light. Corey broke out with a 633. But the black Camaro red lit, so he's gone first. Yellow Camaro's going to the next round. Extreme small tire, lane 5 and 6. Extreme small tire, lane 5 and 6. We gotta go. Left-hand lane, we got Ian Yawarenko out of Battleford, 2023 Ford F-150 truck. Taking out Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Thanks for making the trip up here. You and your 71 Dodge Charger. And in. The F-150 left a little bit early. He got the red light. Right-hand lane gets the win. He won anyway, 6:51 at 104 mile an hour for the Charger. Jason Howdle, you're going on to round 2. Stop at the ET booth and don't forget to grab a card. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Extreme Small Tire, lane 5 and 6. You've been called. Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Small Tire Streetcar, you've been called, lane 3 and 4. Please, let's get her lined up. Dylan, your MCO in the left-hand lane out of Lorette, Manitoba, 1972 Chevy Vega. Taking on the old Ford, 66 Ford Fairlane out of Martinsville. That's Harold Penner. Right-hand lane with the wind. The Vega bumped in a little bit too deep and broke the beam before the launch. Right-hand ran a 680 at 101 mile an hour for Harold Penner. Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4. You've been called. Extreme Big Tires in lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Extreme Small Tire, lane 5 and 6. And Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4, please. Let's rock and roll. Just making sure everything's good here. Give it a little touch of start line residue. The SLR traction meter's being used in the left lane now. Just making sure everything's good. See if the Skippy the track master is going to be happy with where we're at right now. If he is, we're flagging him up. All right, we're ready to roll. We're setting up the next class here. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2, I believe. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Extreme Small Tire, lane 5 and 6. Small Tire Street Car, lane 3 and 4. All right, we got Gord's back in the right-hand lane here under the tower. 1963 Corvette out of Saskatoon in the Extreme Big Tire. When you get a buy, you can stage it, break the beam, and save it, or you can take the data and take a run. I would say by the looks of that burnout and run onto the 330-foot mark that he's probably going to make a hit. We just got a couple more racers that are Extreme Big Tire to come up. Now, a couple of these guys are running 2 cars in 2 different classes. So by the time you run your first class, if you happen to be up next, you got to get back to the pit, get that second car, and get up here. Man, it's a lot of work. All right, right-hand lane. I'll repeat it again. Gord's back out of Saskatoon, 1963 Chevy Corvette. He got the buy. He did a burnout. He's going to stage it, and he's going to take a practice run here because he's entitled to. With a buy, you get a free hit. Red light, it don't matter. All right, Gord kind of rolled through the line, but hey, you know what? You can't send him home when he's got the buy. All right, ladies and gentlemen. What have I got in my hand? It looks like I got a pink ticket. I'm colorblind. Cheryl, is this pink? Pink ticket. All right, hey, it's a pink ticket. I can never forget what pink is. 50-50 number has been drawn. The winning ticket number today is 347-5919. Winning ticket number 347-5919. You are the winner of $1,000 in cash today. Pink ticket 347-5919. I gotta check my tickets while I wait. Well, it definitely wasn't me, I'll promise you that. I bought my tickets first thing this morning. They promised me I'd get a winning ticket. They just didn't say today. 347-5919 is the winning ticket number, and it is a pinky 347-5919. Come on up to the tower and claim your prize, $1,000.
I'm here first.
347-5919 is the winner. If you got the ticket, come on up to the tower. All right, this, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to see every day. Vogue Racing in a white Corvette. Vogue Racing in a red Corvette. The Vogue cars are side by side, lined up in elimination rounds on Extreme Big Tire at Heads Up Havoc. This is not something you see every day. Red Vogue Brothers Racing in the right lane. White Vogue Brothers Racing in the left lane. Pilot of the car in the right lane is Dan Vogt out of Regina, Saskatchewan. 1963 Corvette Stingray. Left-hand lane, the car's being piloted by Corey Triffo out of Regina. 1994 Corvette ZR1. We're going to get him backed up and get him staged. Like I said, this is a bit of a treat. You will not see these two cars line up very often. Oh, we got a little bit of a flame and a pop on a Dan's car on the left side bank. All right, we're going to line both of these cars up. We're going to get them in the groove, get them straight, make sure they get the best opportunity they can to get a good pass out of it. An Extreme Big Tire, there is no time. It is the first one to the 8th mile without the red light. We got to be on the tree. Oh, the red Corvette gets a little bit loose. He's back in the throttle again. Right-hand lane, 535, 154 mile an hour. Holy crap. Left-hand lane, 531 at 124 mile an hour. Woo! Right-hand lane was better on the tree. That was the difference in that one. Congratulations, Dan Vogue in the red Corvette. You're going to the next round. Grab that ticket at the ET booth on your way by. Oh my God, there's some big block action. Scotty Yaremko, the new Pro Mod, the O2 Camaro in the left-hand lane out of Saskatoon. Him and his new ride this year. What a fast machine he's got happening. Right-hand lane, you got Mr. Doug Hash out of Regina with the infamous 04 Chevy Cavalier, naturally aspirated. No turbo, no supercharger, no procharger, no boost, and no nitrous. Naturally aspirated with carburetor. He made some really good passes today in his testing rounds, but Elimination is where it's at. All right, here we go. We're on our way. Doug Hesh. Oh, he held her loose. Right-hand lane. Doug Hesh managed to hold it. I think he's going to need a clean pair of shorts, ladies and gentlemen. He runs a 445 at 135 mile an hour. Left-hand lane for Scotty Yaremko, 462, 151. Oh, my God. It was not enough. Doug Hesh pulled it out of his butt. They told me I can't say the A word, so it's out of his butt. Good run, Mr. Hesh. You're going on to the next round. All right, guys, souvenir booth will be closing at 6 o'clock today. So you got about an hour and a half if you want to go in and get some swag in between rounds. Be more than welcome to. Doreen will be in there to take your cash and hand you some clothes. Last two cars in Extreme Big Tire under the tower right now. Left-hand lane, we got a low Ricky Brown out of Indian Head, Saskatchewan, 2003 Chevy Corvette. Right-hand lane, Barry Stetner, he's double classing it with two different cars today. Out of Regina with his 69 Camaro Pro Mod. And they're going to see who's going home, who's loading up, and who's putting her in the box. Oh, the reaction times came up. Ricky Brown with an 009. What do we got? Left-hand lane, Ricky Brown, 491 at 139 mile an hour. Barry Stettner in the right-hand lane, 498 at 138. The difference in that was the light. Congratulations, Ricky Brown. You are going to the next round. All right, guys, just because you're out doesn't mean you can't run. We're going to be doing some testing here later in the day. So if you want to run your car again, you guys do not have to put your cars away. You will not be competing for the money if you're out, but you're welcome to come up and test when testing is called. So if you want to test your car, don't put her in the box yet. Leave her out, prep it up, and when they call testing, you can come on up and test. And reminder, Souvenir Shop will be closing at 6 p.m. today. So if you want to check out the swag, you probably got about, I'd say about 8 or 9 minutes right now. We're just going to drag and do the prep here before the small tire guys come up. Make sure that we're good for that. It looks like we have a winner for the 50-50 ticket. It has been verified. Once it's claimed and in their hands, sending me a picture doesn't really count, but he has verified he's got the ticket in his hand, so we're going to hold tight. If it isn't claimed at the end of the day, shame on him. All right, we got two classes locked and loaded here right now. We have Extreme Small Tire and we have Small Tire Streetcar. Don't forget the reaction time for Small Tire Streetcar today. Best reaction time gets $100. Compliments of Key Storage and Wade Key out of Regina. Thank you very much, Wade, for chucking some money in the kitty today. Extreme Big Tire, best light today, sponsored by BBJ 5-Star. He threw $100 for the best reaction time in Extreme Big Tire. And in the tailgate class, best reaction time today gets $100. Compliments of Key Storage and Wade Key out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Thanks again to our sponsors. All right, guys, look on return road. Looks like we have the t-shirt cannon. It ran out of gas again. We got to put some nitrous in that cannon. All right, we're going to see what's going to happen here. He's going to try and reload the gun. Going to see what shakes. Tyson, pump it twice. All right, Tyson Daronowski is going to be shooting shirts. There we go. Past the front row underneath, and little guy got one. He's just going to take some time. He's going to pull a Metallica. He's going to reload and shoot it again. All right, we're probably going to make another round here, just dragging the rubber on the track, getting her a little bit warm with the fresh sticky icky on her. We'll be up and running in no time. All right, Tyson, you got a good following now. They're chasing it down the fence. There we go! Short of the fence again. And the little fella that climbed the fence got robbed. Don't give up on him. He's got a couple more to shoot out, guys. What do we want, kids? The can in, the can in, the can in. Here we go. The cannon's loaded. There she goes up to the back row. He fumbled it. Black Hat fumbled it. What happened? Oh, your buddy poked you. Oh, that's Dan Laurie's fault, isn't it? What? Good job, Tyson. Thanks, man, for shooting him out. Good run, Doug Hash. Way to save it. Way to stay in it. All right, getting underway momentarily here. We just got to do a little traction test, make sure we're good, touch it up, starting line residue, and we will be on our way. We're almost there. Hang in there. Don't run away yet. If you got to pee, pee your pants, because if you run to the washroom, you ain't going to make it back. All right, small tire guys, you ready to roll? We're getting underway here momentarily. Just touching the starting line residue, and we are on our way. All right, extreme small tires coming up. We're going to fire up the engines, put them in the burnout box, and we're going to let them rip. All right, here we go. First round of elimination for extreme small tire. Extreme small tire. Left-hand lane, Chris Houston out of Lethbridge, Alberta, 1991 Ford Mustang. And he'll be taking on Jeremy Oleski out of Winnipeg. In the right-hand lane, 2011 Chevy Camaro. Isn't this exciting? Line them up. Flashbang, let's go! 061 light for the Mustang in the left-hand lane. Camaro closing in! Mustang 497. Another perfect run for Chris Houston out of Lethbridge in the left-hand lane. Right-hand lane, Jeremy Oleski finished up with a 507 at 141. Chris Houston, you're going to the next round. Good job. .750 class, you've been called. .750 class, you have been called. Lane 1 and 2. .750 class, lane 1 and 2. Let's go. Back of the action in the front, we got Mark Nolan out of Turin, Manitoba, 1980 Chevy Camaro on the left-hand lane. Right-hand lane out of Osler, Saskatchewan, 67 Ford Falcon is Mark Dick with the supercharger. There we go at the top end. The Camaro's going to take that at 493 at 151 mile an hour in the left-hand lane. Mark Nolan, good run. Mark Dick lost a lot of traction off that. He had a lot of wheel spin. And that's too bad. It would have been nice that those two cars could have ran way closer than that. Mark Nolan, you're going to the next round. .750 class, you've been called. Lane 1 and 2. .750 class, let's go. Lane 1 and 2. .750, let's go. Left-hand lane right now is Pete Campbell out of West Palm, Manitoba. 1968 Chevy Camaro. He's got a buy run. All he has to do is stage and break the beams on the tree, and he goes to the next round. Or he can make a hit. Had wheel spin on it, he's back and is stabbing the gas now. 576 with 157 mile an hour. And he spun that first 60 feet. Impressive. Right now under the tower, it sounds like that black Plymouth Duster's underneath. .750 class, you've been called. Lane 1 and 2. .750 class, lane 1 and 2. .750, let's go. All right, here is a couple of fast cars on this property. Rob Tangeman in the left-hand lane in the 1970 Plymouth Duster out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Right-hand lane, we got Kevin Foy out of Cockport, Manitoba. 67 Pontiac Firebird, a.k.a. the Warbird. We're going to see what's going to shake here. Both cars are carefully stepping in. All right, we're going to check on the Plymouth here. He pulled over at the top left end. We're going to make sure everything's okay. Just remember, you guys, when you're staging your cars, if you break that beam before the tree drops, you jumped and you will be out. So right now, it looks like Rob Tangeman in the Duster might have won that round because he waited for the tree. We're going to see what's what here. 750 class, lane 1 and 2. 750 class, lane 1 and 2. Let's go. We need you in staging. 750 in 1 and 2. All right, left-hand lane, Derek Fontaine. Out of Winnipeg, we got the 09 Challenger SRT. Taking on the right lane out of Unity, Saskatchewan 2010 Chevy Camaro belonging to Ryan Magnus. We got a clean start for both cars. Can the Camaro close the gap? Challenger 607, 123 mile an hour with the win. Going to the next round, Camaro 689, 102 was not enough. All right, we got Mr. Brent Stevens out of Melfort, Saskatchewan, 1969 Dodge Swinger in the left-hand lane. And Brent Stevens is on his buy run right now in the left lane. Did his burnout. We're just going to get him staged here and let him break his beam or take his pass. He's got a choice. Broke the beam. 135 reaction time. Finished up the 8 mile at 562 at 127 mile an hour. Left-hand lane, Brian Stevenson out of Corbin Park, Saskatchewan, 1985 Ford Mustang. Just got it together this week, having a few hiccups in testing. We'll see if he mattered to gather up this pony. We'll see what happens. James Dick in the right-hand lane, St. Andrews, Manitoba in the 79 Camaro. Thanks for making the trip out from St. Andrews. We love having you guys here at our little racetrack. .9 reaction time for the Camaro making his way down the track. Camaro's going to get the win at a 572 at 126 mile an hour. Brian might have had a little bit of trouble on that tree in the Mustang. Sorry to buddy. James Dick, looks like you're going on to the next round. Grab a card from the T booth. 750 class. I hope you're all here right now. 750 class. .650 class, round 2, lanes 5 and 6. 650 class, round 2, let's go, lanes 5 and 6. All right, back to the front of the bus. Dennis Drummond in Crossfield, Alberta. 03 Ford Mustang taking on George Belinsky out of Winnipeg, Manitoba in the Trans Am in the right lane. Little Alberta on Manitoba crime. Let's see what shakes. Clean start from both cars. A little bit of loss of traction from the Mustang. First one on the stripe. The Mustang, 558 at 136 mile an hour. George Belinsky just could not close that gap. I'm sorry. Dennis Drummond, you are going on to the next round. .650 class, staging lanes 5 and 6. 650 class, lanes 5 and 6, please. 650s, let's go. All right, making a second hit today. Here is Kirk DeLorme out of Landmark, Manitoba. Thanks for making the trip out. 1992 Ford Mustang. And he is taking on Pat Willett out of Lorette, Manitoba. 79 Malibu, a.k.a. the G-Body Shuffle. That's a G-Body Shuffle in the right lane there, ladies and gentlemen. He takes the stripe. 630 at 113 mile an hour for the 79 Malibu. Pat Willett, you're going to the next round. .650 class lanes 5 and 6. Let's go. .650 class lanes 5 and 6. Let's go. Left-hand lane, we got a Glenn Hendry out of Dundurn running the 68 Plymouth Barracuda. Taking on George Scott in the right-hand lane out of Battleford, Saskatchewan, 1967 Chevy Nova. This is the 750 class. The light goes to the Barracuda in the left lane. We're going to see what shakes. Barracuda drops back 741 on the break. Out. Up next, we got Reed Holland out of Martinsville with the 78 Mercury Monarch. Right-hand lane, Bertie Pfeiffer to Saskatoon with the 69 AMC AMX, a.k.a. the Space Pop. All right, Reed Holland with a 749 in the left-hand lane at 89 mile an hour. Bertie Pfeiffer with a 736. It was a clean start. Reed Holland broke out by less, so Reed Holland's going to the next round. And up next, we got Darren Shimko out of Saskatoon in the right-hand lane with the 78 Chevy Nova. Left-hand lane, we got Rick Scott out of Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Where's Hallbright? Who cares? No, I'm kidding. They're down by Estevan. 81 Chevy Malibu in the left-hand lane. We got a clean start with both cars out of the gate. Who's going to hit the 750? What do we got? Right-hand lane, 767. He gets to the stripe first with a 767. 760 in the left lane at 88 mile an hour. Left-hand lane, we got Tyson Daranoski. Tyson's in the left-hand lane with the white S10. White truck goes through, breaks out, 749. Oh no, Tyson. Right-hand lane, 758. The Mustang's gonna go on to the next round. All right, up next, we got Eric Humphreys in the left lane, 76 Dodge truck, D200 out of Saskatoon. And in the right-hand lane, we got Chad Penner out of Martinsville in the 93 Ford Mustang, both dialing in on the 750 class. All right, we got a clean start out of the gate here. Dodge truck of the Mustang, what do we got? Dodge truck 766 at 89 mile an hour. Right-hand lane did a 756 at 93. Jansen Atten in the left-hand lane in the 1982 Camaro of Outlook, Saskatchewan. Right-hand lane, Clayton Pike out of Winnipeg, 77 Chevy Corvette. Thanks for making the trip up from Winnipeg, Clayton and the crew. Jansen Atten in the left-hand lane, he's coming up. What do we got here? 773 in the left lane, 799 in the right. Left-hand lane, Jansen Atten, you're going to the next round. Ryan Magnus in the left-hand lane, 2010 Chevy Camaro to Unity, Saskatchewan. Taking on Amanda Jacek Flaman, Queen of the Streets out of Regina. 1990 Trans Am GTA. Oh, Ryan's got a little bit of trouble in the left lane. Right-hand lane, Amanda takes a 752 at 93 mile an hour. Amanda, you're going to the next round. Cody Rousseau to the tower right away, please. Cody Rousseau to the tower. We need you, Cody. Let's get up here. Cody Rousseau coming up in the 68 Barracuda to Dundurn, taking on George Scott in Battleford. 1967 Nova in the right-hand lane. We got a clean start. And the winner is Mr. Hendry, 759 on the 750 dial-in, 79 mile an hour. You're going to the next round. Cody Russo to the tower, please. Right away. Cody Russo to the tower, please. All right, Extreme Small Tire, you've been called. Lane 3 and 4, Extreme Small Tire, lane 3 and 4. You've been called for round 2, Extreme Small Tire, lane 3 and 4. Tim Boddard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, on the right-hand lane, 1970 Plymouth Satellite with the bye. He's going to stage it and save it as long as he broke the beam clean, which he did. He could back out, take it to his pit. He does not have to make his run. Extreme Small Tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme Small Tire, you've been called. Lane 3 and 4. All right, here we go. Rob Phillips in the left-hand lane out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Thanks for making the trip out here to spend the day with us. 1963 Pontiac Acadian taking on Corey Samolewski in the right-hand lane out of Quebec. The 73 split bumper Camaro. We got a clean start. Lights are fairly close. What's going to happen here at the top? Left-hand lane, 651 on a 650 dial. Rob Phillips, Lloydminster, you are going to the next round. Corey Samolewski was on the brakes but couldn't shave enough. Rob Phillips, good job. Left-hand lane, Wayne McKinnon out of Regina, Saskatchewan with the 1997 Chevy Cavalier in the 650 Index. Right-hand lane against Jake Fiesel out of Regina, 87 Camaro. a little bit of a waiting game here. All right, Wayne takes the first ball. Jake follows suit. We got a clean start on both ends. Who's gonna take her to the 8? Right hand lane, 650. No, 660 on a 650. 660 on a 650 for Jake Fiesel in the right hand lane. Left hand lane was a bit of a bad light with a 653. Jake Fiesel, you're going to the next round. Next pair up, a regular couple of Mopar guys here at SIR. Right-hand lane is Matt Hendry out of Dundurn. 73 Plymouth Cuda taking his chances against Ryan Appleby out of Regina in the 68 Dodge Charger. Clean start on both sides, man. Those lights were close. Right-hand lane, 652 with a 0. 652 with a 0. Takes out a 652 with an 8. That was so close. Matt Hendry, the CUDA, you are going to the next round. That race between the CUDA and the Charger came down to 6 1/1000ths of a second. Probably about an inch and a half. Next pair up, we got Kevin Wilms out of Hepburn, Saskatchewan in the left-hand lane in the 1930 Ford Roadster. Jason Howdle in the right lane out of Lloydminster, Alberta with the 71 Charger. We got a clean start with a couple of good lights. What do we got? Right-hand lane, 652 on a 650, 104 mile an hour. Left-hand lane for Kevin Wilms, 655. Jason Howdle and the Charger, you are going to the next round. Extreme small tire, let's go. Lane 3 and 4. I don't have anybody up here, but I need you. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Lane 1 and 2, we want the small tire streetcar. Lane 1 and 2, small tire streetcar, lane 1 and 2. Left-hand lane, we got Harold Penner out of Martinsville taking on Justin Haru. Left-hand lane, 653 for the win. Right-hand lane, Justin Haru broke out and ran a 643 on a 650. Extreme small tire, we need you in lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, lanes 1 and 2, let's go. Left-hand lane, Richie Harder, Saskatoon in the left hand with an 88 Chevy S10, taking on Dale Weiss in the 1970 Oldsmobile 442 in the right hand. Both with a 650 dial. Left-hand lane is your winner, 655. 97 mile an hour. He cut a better light with an 050. Dale Weiss, put her in the box. When your classes are called, guys, we really, really need you up. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, lane 1 and 2. Tailgate, lane 5 and 6. Let's go. We need you guys up. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, lane 1 and 2. Tailgate, we need you to do 5 and 6. Left-hand lane, we got Eric Bone out of Winnipeg, taking on Terry McBain to the right-hand lane out of the 61 Alpine. Ooh, that's close, that's close. Left-hand lane, 651 with a 5. Takes out Terry McBain with a 652 and a 0. 651's good enough for the next round. Eric Bone out of Winnipeg, congratulations. Go draw a card. Extreme small tire. We need you in 3 and 4, guys. Come on. I got nobody in staging lanes. We got to work together, boys and girls. Let's go. Extreme small tire lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar lane 1 and 2. Tailgate 5 and 6. Let's rock and roll here. Lanes are empty. I think these guys got us on a pay no mind list here. Let's try this again. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, lane 1 and 2. Tailgate, let's go, 5 and 6. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, lane 1 and 2. Tailgate, 5 and 6. We need you in staging. All right, it looks like we got some cars coming up the staging now. Good to see you guys joining us. I guess your ladders were a little bit late getting posted. My apologies for busting your chops a little bit, but when the lanes are empty, I catch poo-poo. I catch crap. Well, not really, but you know what I mean. I need an excuse. I got a woman up here in menopause. I just need a bottle of Midol and she'll get off my back. That would certainly help.
Alcohol.
Sister, break out the Midol. Break out the Midol. We were not allowed alcohol in the tower, so. I don't know. They're talking about Fireball. What's a Fireball? Anyone? Is that a drink? A Fireball's a drink? Cinnamon whiskey. No. That's better than Midol. All right. Okay, I'll take it from a woman in menopause in her early 40s that says Fireball's the bomb. Well, we did have a really good first round and a little bit of cutthroat there on round 2 in the 650 class. We had a little bit of it here. Sean's just finishing up the little draggy, sticky. We're going to be back underway here in a couple of minutes. We got cars in our lanes. We're getting staged. We're getting set up. We're going to have fun. I believe we got a birthday boy hanging out in the crowd for July 6th. I believe it's the father of Corey Stinson and Cheryl Stinson. I believe that it's going to be a big happy birthday to Jim Stinson tomorrow, celebrating the 38th anniversary of his 30th birthday. Happy birthday to Jim Stinson. I'd sing it, but you don't really want to hear me sing. So, do we have any happy birthday music we could cue up for Jim Stinson? Happy birthday, Jim Stinson, for tomorrow. Jim Stinson, if you want to stand up and wave your hat at everybody, you may get lucky and they'll buy you a couple of beers. And there he is. Happy birthday. Somebody get that man a bee. An adult responsible beverage. Cheryl says he does have a ride home tonight, so ham it up. And next weekend, we're going to be running a points race here, bracket racing on Saturday and Sunday. Friday night is our street legal event here at SIR. I believe the week after, I don't think there's an event here. There's not an event here on the weekend of the July 20th, but Swift Current is running their drag racing on the weekend of the 19th and 20th. So if you want some drag racing action next weekend, we're going to be here at SIR conducting ours. The weekend after, if you still want some drag racing action, head on down to Swift Current and join the boys for theirs. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves so far today, man. There's a lot of fast cars on this property. A lot of guys really getting the hang of their new rides, their new builds, that kind of thing. They're getting them down the track. Super, super nice to see. Up next, we're going to be looking at Extreme Small Tire in lane 3 and 4. Small tire street cars in lane 1 and 2. And tailgates are in 5 and 6. Ready to finish up the second round with those boys. 750 will still be called. Not quite yet, but 750 will be called soon. All right, second round of elimination. Here we rock and roll. Extreme Small Tire. We got Chris Houston taking on Mr. Rob Tangerman. I gotta stand up now. I gotta move my chair. Hopefully I don't fall over or lose my voice. One of the two. All right, ladies and gentlemen, left-hand lane, we got Chris Houston out of Lethbridge, Alberta, 1991 Ford Mustang on the second round. And in the right-hand lane, Mr. Rob Tangerman out of Regina, Saskatchewan, 1970 Plymouth Duster. Here we go. Got a clean start. Mustang left lane, 503 at 141 mile an hour. Rob Tangerman in the Duster, 533 at 136. It's not quite enough. The Mustang has taken him out. Chris Houston, you're going to the next round. All right, second round of eliminations here at SIR for Heads Up Havoc. In the left-hand lane, we got Pete Campbell out of West Paul, Manitoba, running the 68 Chevy Camaro. Right-hand lane, we got Mark Nolan out of Turin, Manitoba, in the 1980 Chevy Camaro. We're going to see who's going on to round 3. This is the Extreme Small Tire class. Taking this time bumping in, bit of a bold strategy on behalf of the 68. There we go. All right, we got a clean start, 78 reaction time in the left-hand lane. Camaro on the right's gonna take the strike, 489, 147 miles an hour. Mark Nolan, you are going to the next round. All right, we're just gonna take a peek at the lane here, make sure it's nice and clean for the next couple of cars coming up. Then we got Kevin Poy out of Cockport, Manitoba coming up in the Warbird next. And Kevin Foy will just be making a test pass with the Warbird. We're gonna make sure everything's working good. Kevin Foy to Cockport, Manitoba, 1967 Pontiac Firebird. Gonna line up and make sure everything's working good on his car with a bit of a test pass. We're just gonna tap it in. Gonna give it a little tapping. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo. Chatters the tires 175 feet out. He runs a 460 at 166 mile an hour in the 8th. Nice pass for Kevin Foy and the crew out of Cockport, Manitoba. .750 class, we need you in staging lanes 3 and 4. .750 class, you've been called. .750 class, lanes 3 and 4. Let's rock and roll. If you're out there, you could probably hear the shoes sticking and cracking to the track when they're lifting their feet. Looked like Sean almost fell over. If he did, that track might rip his shorts off. His wife says, yeah. She's got a little bit of fireball going on up here in the tower. Oh, never mind. The hands are waving. It looks like we're getting ready to roll again. These ladies up here are enough to drive you to drink. Maybe I'll go to the beer gardens and join Jim Stinson and have a brewski. .750 class, you were called lanes 3 and 4. .750 class, you were called lanes 3 and 4. .750, let's go. Right-hand lane, we got Brent Stevens out of Melfort, Saskatchewan, 1969 Dodge Swinger. Left-hand lane, we got James Dick out of St. Andrews, Manitoba. Making the trek out here to join us at SIR today. 79 Camaro. Camaro gets loose. He's trying to make it up and gain the ground. This is close. Camaro, 579, 127 miles an hour. He lost traction twice before the 300-foot mark and still pulled it off. James Dick, St. Andrews, Manitoba, you're going to the next round. Wow. Oh, look who's back in the left-hand lane. King of the G-body shuffle. That is Pat Willett out of Lorette, Manitoba, 79 Malibu. Right-hand lane, we got Dennis Drummond out of Crossfield, Alberta, 2003 Ford Mustang. This is the small tire street car. Malibu's getting ready to dance. G-body shuffle. That Mustang's on a tear. Mustang 527, 139 miles an hour. Woo! It is hard to track that car down. Pat Willett in the left lane pulls off a 630 and a 112, but it is not enough. Dennis Drummond, you and your Mustang are going to the next round. And in the left lane, Derek Fontaine out of Winnipeg, 2009 Dodge Challenger SRT with the bye. He could take his run, or he's got to break the beam with a fallen tree. Oh, he's going to make a bit of a pass here. That's what he's going to do, get a little bit of data. That's a nice hit, 587 at 124 mile an hour. Derek Fontaine, draw your card at the ET booth. You're going to the next round. You gotta love the diesel truck. Just waiting for the smoke to clear on this one. Looks like we got a twister overhead from inside the tower. Left-hand lane, Jeremy Struick out of Idlesider, Alberta. 2001 Chevy 2500. Taking on Kelly Kreutzer out of Belgoni, Saskatchewan in the 1982 Chevy S10 in the right lane. Diesel's getting primed. He was telling me outside he needs about 22 pounds of boost. 079 reaction for the diesel. Right-hand lane with the wind at 542 and 126 mile an hour. Right-hand lane was just a little bit too quick. .750 class, I need you guys up here. Let's go. Lanes 3 and 4, 750 class, lanes 3 and 4. 650 class, you've been called. Lanes 5 and 6. 650 class, lanes 5 and 6. Let's get them going. 650, 5 and 6. 750, lane 3 and 4. Left-hand lane, we got Ian Uremko with the bye out of Battleford, Saskatchewan, 2023 F-150. Fourth gear, fifth gear, passes the cone, 683 at 103 mile an hour for Ian Uremko. 750 class, lane 3 and 4, you were called. Let's get rocking. 650 class, you are called to lane 5 and 6. 650 class, lane 5 and 6. 650, you're up. Real Street Big Tire. Real Street Big Tire. You were called to lane 1 and 2. Real Street Big Tire. Lane 1 and 2. Let's go. 750, 650, and Real Street Big Tire. You are all up. I only got 2 cars in the 750 class. Jansen, how's your car doing? You're good? Awesome, awesome. And how's that Mach 1? Thumbs up. Oh, this will be fun. This will be good. A little bit of malfunction, I think, on one of your passes today on the Mustang, but I think you made up for it already. You are in round 2, so here comes the queen of the streets. Here comes Darren Shimko. No, Darren's not the queen of the streets. Amanda Jacek Flaman's the queen of the streets. Darren Shimko's in the orange Nova. That's what I meant to say. 750 class, you are in 3 and 4. 650 class, you are called to lanes 5 and 6. Real Steel, Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. .650 class, lane 5 and 6. Real Steel, Big Tire, lanes 1 and 2. We're talking to you, Russ Flaman. I think he just gave me the finger. I don't think that was a wave, but I'll take it. Okay, I got thumbs up. I thought it was a finger for sure. Real Steel, Big Tire, 1 and 2. And the 650s in 5 and 6. 750s are sitting in 3 and 4. Waiting to finish out round 2 here with the 750 class in 3 and 4. All right, we got a little bit of hustle and bustle going on in the pits. Nice to see some people are jumping around. Once again, 750 class in lane 3 and 4. 650, you have been called, lanes 5 and 6. And the Real Steel Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Let's get this rolling. All right, left-hand lane, we got Val Belcher in the 2022 Mustang Mach 1 out of Unity, Saskatchewan. His opponent in the right-hand lane is Jansen Atten out of Outlook with the 82 Chevy Camaro. 750 class. We got a similar reaction time out of both cars. We're going to see who's going to take it. Jansen Atten in the right-hand lane with a 758 on a 750 dial. Val Belcher, you might have got there quicker, but you were at a 740 and broke out. Jansen Atten, you're going to the next round. Once again, as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, the only alcohol allowed to be consumed on site is in the Mackenzie Auto Beer Garden. We cannot have alcohol just anywhere in the premises. We'll get in a lot of crap over that, so you guys can kind of be respectful about the property and the rules so we don't get in crap with the liquor license. It'd be nice if you could do it in the Mackenzie Auto Beer Garden, please. Left-hand lane, Amanda Jacek taking on Darren Shimko on the right. Amanda Jacek in the left-hand lane with the black Trans Am with the win. She runs a 756. Right-hand lane, Darren Shimko did a 786. Amanda, you're going to the next round. Left-hand lane, we got Glenn Hendry out of Dundurn, Saskatchewan, 1968 Plymouth Barracuda. Taking on George Scott in the right-hand lane out of Battleford, Saskatchewan, the 1967 Chevy Nova. got a clean start. Clean start going up. Barracuda's in the lead. He dumps him. Left-hand lane for the win on a 765 at 72 miles an hour. Right-hand lane for George Scott with 771 just wasn't enough. Glenn Hendry and the Barracuda are going to the next round. Souvenir shop will be closing in 8 minutes. Souvenir shop will be closing in 8 minutes. Left-hand lane, we got Mr. Reed Holland out of Martinsville, Saskatchewan. Nice of him to come back and join us today. 78 Mercury Monarch. Right-hand lane, we got Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon, 1976 Dodge truck, the D200. Both in the 750 class. We got a clean start on both. We got a good light in the right-hand lane. Gonna see what shakes. Right-hand lane with the win, 765 at 89 mile an hour. Reed Holland, 749 with a 3. 7 one-thousandths out of 750. Eric Humphreys, you're going to the next round. Small tire streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, find your partner, lanes 3 and 4. All right, left-hand lane, we got Jake Fiesel out of Regina, 1987 Chevy Camaro. Taking on Rob Phillips in the right-hand lane from Lloydminster, Alberta, 1963 Pontiac Acadian. Flash bang we go. We got a couple of good lights there on that reaction time. Who do we have at the top? Right-hand lane, 652 on his 650. 102 mile an hour for the Acadian. Rob Phillips, you are going to the next round. Extreme Big Tire was lane, sorry. Real Steel Big Tire is lane 1 and 2. All right, 650 class. Kim Bonner, left-hand lane. Matt Hendry in the right-hand lane in the purple Cuda. We got a clean start at the line. Who do we got? Ooh, the Cuda nips him out with a 656 on a 650 dial at 100 mile an hour. Matt Hendry, you're going to the next round. Small tire streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, lane 3 and 4. You've been called. Left-hand lane, we got Harold Penner out of Martinsville, 66 Fairlane. Right-hand lane, Jason Haddle out of Lloydminster, 71 Charger. What do we got at the top end? Left-hand lane, 651 on a 650 dial at 97 mile an hour. Harold Penner, you're going to the next round. Jason Howell in the Charger ran a 649 with an 8. He was 1, let me see, 12 ten-thousandths of a second. He broke out by 12 ten-thousandths of a second. Harold Penner, good job. You're going to the next round. Right-hand lane, Richie Harder to Saskatoon, 1988 Chevy S10. Taking on Eric Bone out of Winnipeg, Manitoba in the 76 Chevy Vega in the 650 class. right, we got a clean start here. Let's see what we got shaking. Let's go. Left-hand lane with the Vega. 651 at 104 mile an hour. Eric Bone, you're going to the next round. Richie Harder, you ran a 649 with a 1. 8 one-thousandths of a second. Rich, sorry, buddy. Load her up. Eric Bone, you're going to the next round. All right, guys, if you're eliminated, doesn't mean you got to load her up. We are going to get some testing. So, testers, lane 5 and 6, if you want to test any of the cars that were eliminated, are testing in 5 and 6. Lanes 1 and 2, stay where you are. Lanes 3 and 4, we need you. Small tire streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Testers, if you want to test, make a pass. Lane 5 and 6. All right, up next, we have the Real Steel Big Tire class. Real Steel Big Tire class. We're only down to 3 cars in that class. 2 racers and one's got to buy. We need the small tire streetcar in lane 3 and 4. And testers, lane 5 and 6. Just put test on your window, go to 5 and 6, and you can take some hits. Left-hand lane, smiling Leroy Schmidt out of Saskatoon, 1986 Buick Regal. His opponent in the right-hand lane, we got Travis Wandler out of Moose Jaw, 1965 Pontiac Acadian. We're still watching the best reaction time today in this class. So far, I believe it's Ricky Brown with an 009. Acadian's taking the stripe, 560 at 124 mile an hour. Leroy Schmidt, 584 to 118, which isn't quite enough. 560 at 124. Travis Wandler, you're going to the next round. Russ Flamin with the buy run. 1969 Pontiac GTO. Looked like I got dragged out of a bush. He's out of Regina, Saskatchewan. He looks like he's going to take his buy run if he's doing a burnout that long. Or he's got a sponsorship from a tire company, one of the two. All right, we're going to see what Russ is going to be able to put down with his GTO here today on his buy run. Oh, by 3 reaction. He's tailing it and he stays in it. 449, 162 mile an hour. If you can see the tracks from up here, Russ was not straight at all. That car looked like it was floating. 449 at 162 mile an hour. Small tire streetcars, we're waiting for you in lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Testers, anybody want to test? Lanes 5 and 6. Write test on your window. Come on up to lanes 5 and 6 if you want to test. Lanes are open. We're starting to dwindle down in numbers here. We still got some, we finished up some quarterfinals. We got a couple semifinals coming up, and then we'll jump into finals. Right now, we're getting set up for lane 3 and 4. I'm still waiting. Small tire streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Oh, there's one of them. No, that's a tester, lane 5 and 6. You want to test? Put test. Come up to lane 5 and 6. All right, it looks like Dave Bodner trucking the 1970 Superbird. Hope I got that right there, James Gordon. You gave me a little bit of crap last night. 1970 Superbird. He's going to get fired up here right away. It looks like he got the nod. Lane 3 and 4, we're still waiting on you. Small tire streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Lane 5 and 6 is testers. Testing is now opening lane 5 and 6. Anybody want to test? Lane 5 and 6. Small tire streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Small tire streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Right now we got Dave Bodner, truck out of Grindor, Saskatchewan, 1970 Superbird. Come take a test pass. All right, he got the tap. He did the burnout. He's coming up the staging. He's on the pass. He gets through the corner. 735 at 192 mile an hour. He stayed in it. 735, 192 mile an hour. Nice pass for Dave Bondarchuk. Testers lane 5 and 6. Small tire streetcar lane 3 and 4. Testers 5 and 6. You want to make a test run? Put test on your window. Lane 5 and 6. Let's rock and roll. Extreme Big Tire, we need you in lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Lane 3 and 4, we got Small Tire Streetcar we're waiting on. Extreme Big Tire, you are in lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, 1 and 2. And we need the Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4. '72 Vega taking on the '64 Ford Falcon in that test run. Oh, we got hiccups with the Vega on the left lane, unfortunately. We're just going to pull him over and make sure he's okay. Right-hand lane for the Falcons. Going to, yeah. Got a couple of malfunctions here. Let's just make sure everyone's doing all right. All right, looks like the Vega's not dripping anything, so we're going to get a little bit of help. We're going to push this car back. We're going to push him back and get him off the track. And the T-shirt cannon is at it again. Tyson Darrenowski, Triumph Construction, shooting out the T's. And the T means T-shirt. Tyson, you're not supposed to put rocks in there. No rocks. We talked about this. Nope. All right, Tyson might have had a beer or two already because he's been eliminated, so watch out for rocks. Okay, it's just a T-shirt. That was a pretty good shot to the back lane. All right, once again, lane 3 and 4, we are waiting for small tire streetcar. Lane 1 and 2, we're waiting for Extreme Big Tire. Extreme Big Tire, you've been called. Lane 1 and 2, Extreme Big Tire, let's go. I see one of them. One of them coming around the back lane right now. I got a red Corvette coming. The other two cars in lane 5 and 6 are just waiting to test. We're going to clear out the Vega, make sure we got no mess on the track. We got the testers in 5 and 6 to finish up. Lane 1 and 2, we are waiting for Extreme Big Tire. Lane 3 and 4, we are waiting for Small Tire Streetcar. Testers lane 5 and 6. If you'd like to run, testers lane 5 and 6. Kevin Wilms in the right-hand lane with the 34 Roadster taking on the 77 Chevy Corvette in the left in a test round, of course. Testers lane 5 and 6. Small Tire Streetcar lane 3 and 4. Extreme Big Tire lane 1 and 2. Right-hand lane with the red light. 661 in the 8th at 106 mile an hour. Extreme Big Tire lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire lane 1 and 2. Small Tire Streetcar lane 3 and 4. Small Tire Streetcar lane 3 and 4. Testers 5 and 6. Right-hand lane, Dale Weiss, 1970 Oldsmobile Cutlass 442. Going against Lucifer, 2018 Dodge Demon. That is Lauren Krieger out of Viscount, Saskatchewan. It doesn't look like that Demon has slicks on it right now. It looks like a street tire. This might be a smoke show. Yeah, he doesn't have much traction with those little 22-inch street tires, that's for sure. Dale Weiss to run through the 8th mile, 6:51 at 105. And the Demon, well, we won't talk about that right now. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Testers, lane 5 and 6. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Testers, 5 and 6. Testers, 5 and 6. Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need your ears for a second. We got a cell phone that was found by the picnic tables outside the souvenir shop and the concession stand. If you're missing your cell phone, you can come on up to the tower, describe it, and claim it. You're also going to have to tell me what your background is, and we'll give you your phone back. Once again, lost cell phone was turned in, found by the picnic tables by the concession. If you need her, you got to come to the tower, make a description to claim it. Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4. We're waiting on you. Small Tire Streetcar, lane 3 and 4. Extreme Big Tire is in lane 1 and 2. Testers, 5 and 6. Small Tire Streetcars are starting to come into lanes 3 and 4 now. I see 2 of them. I see 3 of them. I think we're waiting on 4. All right, looks like we are down to the last 3 cars here in the small tire street car in lanes 3 and 4. Those lanes are loaded. Testers 5 and 6. And extreme big tire, we're coming up right now. Oh, this ought to be a good one. We got Ricky Brown against Dan Vogt in the red Camaro, a red Corvette. All right, heads up, Havoc, year 1 here at SLAR. We have the extreme big tire class. We're down to semifinals here. We got Dan Vogt out of Regina with a 1963 Corvette Stingray in the left-hand lane. And we got Ricky Brown out of Indian Head in the right-hand lane in the silver 03 Chevy Corvette. Down to the semifinals. All right, Ricky Brown in the right lane, Dan Vogt in the left lane. We're going to see what's going to shake here. Semifinals, extreme big tire, heads up, Havoc at SIR. Dan Vogt's on a pass in the left lane, 425, 169 miles an hour. Holy crap, that's a win for Dan Vogt, 425 at 169. Ricky Brown, right-hand lane, 491 at 141. Dan Vogt, you are going on to the finals. All right, left-hand lane, we got Dougie Hesh making a buy run out of Regina in this 2004 Chevy Cavalier. All right, Doug Hesh just getting lined up in the left-hand lane for his buy run. All he's got to do is break the beam to go to the final, but I got a feeling he's going to hit it. 043 reaction time. Oh, he got loose. Dump it and save it. 445 at 141 mile an hour. 60-foot time. Get this. 1011. 1011. 60-foot time. That car was hauling. I can't believe he stayed in it that long, but he just made a hell of a pass. Just flushing a couple of testers down the track here. I think we're going to do a little bit of touch up in between, Sean. Couple more testers here. Left-hand lane, we got Mr. Penner with the 66 fair lane. Right-hand lane, we got another Mr. Penner with the Mustang. Still running a 5-speed stick, I believe. Just doing a couple of test passes for him here in the 8th. Wheels up on the fair lane in the left-hand lane. Breaking the 8 mile out, 660 for the fair lane, 744 for the Mustang. All right, it looks like Sean's going to do a little bit of touch-up and prep here before the street tire. Before the small tire street car guys go up, we're going to make sure the track is tickety-boo for them. You guys want to take a few minutes now? Is a good time to get a washroom break or run to Hector's Grub Hub for a few minutes. Get yourself a snack of food or a meal. I believe they brought in chicken souvlaki tonight for everybody as well. Or you can head on down to the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens where Elaine is serving up cold, responsible beverages. .650 class, you are up next. If you want to grab lane 1 and 2, .650 class, you can grab lane 1 and 2. Or not. 650 class for semifinals, lane 1 and 2. 650 class, lane 1 and 2. .650 class, lane 1 and 2. Let's get them going. You guys can line up. We're getting down to semifinals here. All right, 650 class, lanes 1 and 2. 750 class, you are being called. 750 class, you can line up in lanes 3 and 4. 750 class, find your partners. Get to the back of lanes 3 and 4. 650 class, 1 and 2. 750 class, 3 and 4.
At least then they know.
.650 class, lanes 1 and 2. 750 class, lanes 3 and 4. Testers 5 and 6. Getting down to semifinals here. And it looks like our 650 class is here. 750 class, you were called back of the lane 3 and 4. 750, lane 3 and 4. Testers 5 and 6. Testers 5 and 6. Well, I find it kind of weird that nobody came up to the tower to claim their lost cell phone yet. Cell phone was found by the picnic tables outside of the concession. If you're missing your cell phone, come on up to the tower. Just about ready to get underway here. This will be the semi-final of the small tire streetcar coming up. All right, the cell phone man has shown his face. He's claimed his prize. He can't remember his code. He keeps trying to unlock it, but he looks like an honest guy. He's from Manitoba. All right, semi-finals, small tire streetcar. We are down to the final three in that class. 750, you've been called. 750 class, lane 3 and 4. 750, lane 3 and 4. All right, left-hand lane is Derek Fontaine out of Winnipeg, 2009 Dodge Challenger SRT. He's going to be taking on Dennis Drummond out of Crossfield, Alberta in the right-hand lane. That is a 2003 Ford Mustang. Dennis Drummond has been on his game. Small tire streetcar, we're still looking for the best light today. We got a $100 prize from Key Storage up for grabs today. Compliments away Key out of Regina. We got a clean start. Mustang is gone. Top of the 8th mile, 5:17, 140 mile an hour for Dennis Drummond. Congratulations, Dennis. You are going to the final in the small tire streetcar class. Right-hand lane, we got James Dick out of St. Andrews, Manitoba, 79 Camaro. He's got a buy. All he has to do is wait for the tree, break the beam, and he can save it for the final, or he can run the tree and make a pass. Oh, 7.6 reaction time for the 79 Camaro making his way down the track. Wow, that's a nice run. 5:58, 129 mile an hour. James Dick, you're going to the final against Dennis Drummond in the small tire streetcar class. All right, we got our 650 class semifinals happening right now. In the left-hand lane, we got Matt Hendry in the 1973 Plymouth Coot out of Dundurn, Saskatchewan. Right-hand lane, we got Rob Phillips, Pontiac Acadia in 1963. Comes to us out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Thanks for making the trip to spend the day with us here at SIR. Oh, we got a red light on Rob Phillips. Left-hand lane, Matt Hendry. Congratulations, Matt Hendry. You ran a 7:07 in your 650. You're going to the final. Second set of semifinal. Harold Penner in the left-hand lane, 1966 Ford Fairlane out of Martinsville. Right-hand lane, Eric Bone, you are still alive. Winnipeg, Manitoba in the 1976 Chevy Vega on the right-hand lane. Right-hand lane with the red light. Eric, you red lit. Harold Penner, you ran a 6:57 and 99 mile an hour. Harold Penner, you're going to the final against Matt Hendry. $750 class semifinals. Semifinal 750 class. Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon. Dodge D200 1976. His opponent in the right-hand lane, Jansen Atten out of Outlook, Saskatchewan, 1982 Chevy Camaro. We got a clean start. And we got left-hand lane, Eric Humphreys with a 7:55 at 90 mile an hour. Eric Humphreys, you're going to the 7:50 final. Jansen Atten, you broke out, buddy. 7:47 on a 7:50 dial. Good job, Eric. And in the left-hand lane, we got the father, Matt Hendry. That is Glenn Hendry out of Dundurn, 1968 Plymouth Barracuda. His opponent in the right-hand lane is Amanda Jacek Flamin, a.k.a. Queen of the Streets, out of Regina, Saskatchewan, 1990 Pontiac Trans Am GTA. We got a clean start. Got a clean start. We're going to see who's going to knock out who. Right-hand lane. Amanda Jacek runs a 7:50 on a 7:50. Holy crap. Amanda Jacek, congratulations. You are going to the final against Eric Humphreys. Left-hand lane, we got a tester. Left-hand lane, we got a tester. This is Ryan Appleby out of Regina, Saskatchewan with a 1968 Dodge Charger. What a wheel stand! 052 light. 620 at 110 mile an hour in the 8th. What a hit! Glenn Hendry, you were so close, my friend. Give it up for that black Trans Am. Ran that number. A 750 on a 750. What a run. All right, if there's anyone who wants to test lane 5 and 6, do some testing. We got to give these cars a little bit of a chance to cool down before we get to the finals. So if anybody wants to test lane 5 and 6, you're getting close to the end of your testing abilities. Your call, lane 5 and 6. All right, it is time to start our finals. Tailgate final. We want to see you guys in lanes 5 and 6. Tailgate final, lanes 5 and 6. Real Street Big Tire final, lane 3 and 4. Real Street Big Tire final, lane 3 and 4. Tailgate final, lane 5 and 6. Real Steel Big Tire, lane 3 and 4. Testers, you can stay in 5 and 6. Testers, stay in 5 and 6. 3 and 4 is Real Street Big Tire. 1 and 2 is Tailgate. 1 and 2. Tailgate 1 and 2. Tailgate final 1 and 2. 3 and 4 Real Street Big Tire final. Testers 5 and 6. Tailgate finalists, lane 1 and 2. Real Steel Big Tire finalists, lane 3 and 4. And I think we got testers in 5 and 6, correct? That is correct. Testers are in 5 and 6. Just hang tight, be patient. We'll get to you shortly. Tailgate finalists. We need you in 1 and 2. Tailgate finalists, 1 and 2. Real Steel Big Tire. We need you in 3 and 4. Testers 5 and 6. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the tailgate final here. The first final for our first annual Heads Up Havoc at SIR. Tailgate class, Ian Uremko against Kelly Kreutzer. This is for all the marbles. Extreme Big Tire Final, Lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire Final. You've been called Lane 1 and 2. All right, left lane, we got Ian Uremko out of Battleford with the 2023 Ford F-150. Right-hand lane, we got Kelly Kreutzer, the madman, out of Belgoni with his 82 Chevy S10. Right-hand lane, Kelly Kreutzer, you have taken it. Left-hand lane, Ian Uremko with the red. Kelly Kreutzer with a 547 at 126 mile an hour. Congratulations, Kelly Kreutzer. You are the tailgate winner. Congratulations. What a great pass. I think that's Kelly's fastest one today, 547 to 126. Wow. Awesome, possum. We got one in the books.
Everybody that's working.
Real Street, Big Tire, lane 3 and 4. I think we got our fellas rolling in. We need Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. We got your final coming up next.
We got frostbite because it's so cold in here.
Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. For your final. All right, we have on the tailgate class today, sponsored by Key Storage and Wade Key out of Regina, Jeremy Struick with the diesel truck. If you're still on the property, you had the best reaction time today. Jeremy Struick, if you're still here, you come to the tower and claim your $100. $650 final. This is your first call, lane 3 and 4. $650 final, lane 3 and 4. Extreme Big Tire, when you're ready, we are ready for you in lane 1 and 2. This is going to be a final. This is one for the books here. This is the Real Steel Big Tire Final. Get those tires nice and hot. All right, left-hand lane for your Real Street Big Tire. This is Travis Wanderer out of Moose Jaw, 1965 Pontiac Acadian in the left lane. And in the right lane, we got Russ Flamin out of Regina, Saskatchewan, 1969 Pontiac GTO. Real Steel Big Tire Final is almost in the books here. We got a clean start. Look at Flamin in the right lane, 451, 162 miles an hour. Woo, it'll take a lot to catch that car. Congratulations, Ross Flamin. You are the winner of the Real Steel Big Tire class at Heads Up Havoc. Extreme Big Tire, lane 1 and 2. We got Dan Vogue coming in, and I believe Mr. Hesh will be coming in the other lane shortly. 650 class. You've been called to lane 3 and 4. 650 class, lane 3 and 4. This is going to be a monster final here. Holy crap. The Extreme Big Tire, you got Dan Vogue in the Corvette taking on Mr. Hesh in the Cavalier. One for the books here. Holy crap. This is huge. .650 final is lane 3 and 4. .650 final is lane 3 and 4.
Hit the 750 for 1 and 2.
750 class, you've been called. 750 finalists, lane 1 and 2. 750 finalists, lane 1 and 2. You've been called. Look at these 650 finalists in lane 3 and 4. Hendry and Penner, you guys could do this on any bracket weekend. And yet you decide to do it here at Heads Up Havoc. Fantastic. 750 final on lane 1 and 2. 750 final. Get your staged and loaded in 1 and 2. Jeremy Struick is up here with the best reaction time today. And he is in the tailgate class, and compliments of Key Storage and Wade Key out of Regina. Here's your $100 for your best reaction time today in your class.
Sir.
Congratulations.
All right.
I thought you just came up here to hang out in the AC.
I will.
You will. Great job again. Thanks for coming out for the first Heads Up Havoc. We hope to see you back at the next one. Thanks, guys. We got one 750 finalist, I believe. Amanda Jacek Flamin is in lane 2. We're waiting for Eric Humphreys to load up lane 1. There again, a 750. Amanda and Eric, I thought you guys just did this in Sportsman a few weeks ago. Who won that race? I think Eric. I don't remember. How's that? We'll go with I don't remember. Nice pass, Russ Flamin. Once again, congratulations, man. That was a monster of a hit. Thanks again to Travis Wanderer bringing out that 65 Acadian today out of Moose Jaw. Man, he was pretty consistent all day today. 561 to 123 is no slouch whatsoever. Russ Flamin, though, he kind of unloaded both barrels on that one with a 451 at 162 mile an hour. That's hard to beat. $750 class, lane 1 and 2. Eric Humphreys, when you got a minute to get staged, we'd love to have you. All right, I'm assuming Facebook is going to blow up. YouTube is going to blow up. This is the bad boy. These are the finalists in the Extreme Big Tire class. Doug Hesh and Dan Vogt, heads up. Run what you brung and hope you brought enough. Doug Hesh does not like that water. He does a bit of a dry burnout. Oh, nice burnout by Dan Vogt. Dan Vogt in the right-hand lane out of Regina, Saskatchewan. 1963 Corvette Stingray. Left-hand lane, Mr. Doug Hesh out of Regina, Saskatchewan. We could have done this at home on a little bit of blacktop in Regina. 2004 Chevy Cavalier for Doug in the left-hand lane. Doug Hesh, left-hand lane. Dan Vogt, right-hand lane. Here in the Extreme Big Tire Final, a heads-up Havoc at SIR. They're both making a pass down the track. Doug Hesh, 436, 161 miles an hour, takes the stripe at the top end. Do you want your 60-foot? Doug Hesh, 60-foot time, 1.00. 1 second, 60-foot time. Dan Vogt in the right-hand lane with a 108 60-foot time. 440 at 162 mile an hour. Congratulations to Doug Hesh, his crew chief, and his crew for putting him down the track today, guys. Fantastic. $1,007. 60-foot for Doug Hesh. Monster. Absolutely bow down to that. Wow. That race was anybody's race, I tell you. Huge. Extreme small tire final, lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire final, lane 3 and 4, please. Extreme small tire, you've been called, lane 3 and 4. All right, this is your 650 final, ladies and gentlemen. Left-hand lane, we got Harold Penner out of Martinsville, Saskatchewan, 1966 Ford Fairlane. And in the right-hand lane, we got Matt Hendry out of Dundurn, Saskatchewan, 1973 Plymouth Cuda. 650 final for the first annual Heads Up Havoc at SIR. She's a clean start. 60-foot times are close. Out the top, right-hand lane, double breakout. Harold Penner with a 648 and a 5. Matt Hendry with a 649. Congratulations, Matt Hendry. Double breakout. Matt Hendry takes her home. You have your 650 champ for Heads Up Havoc. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire, lane 3 and 4. Ricky Brown, if you're on the property, you won today's best reaction time in the Extreme Big Tire. Extreme Big Tire prize for best reaction time today, sponsored by BBJ 5-Star out of Regina. Congratulations, Ricky Brown. If you're still on the property, come up to the tower and claim your prize. Right now, all eyes focused on the track for your 750 final. Left-hand lane, Eric Humphreys in the Dodge D200 out of Saskatoon. Right-hand lane, Amanda Jastic climbing out of Regina, a.k.a. Queen of the Streets. We got a clean start, both lanes. What are we doing? Eric Humphreys, congratulations, 759 on your 750 dial. That came down to reaction time. Eric cut a better light, and Eric takes her home with a 759 at 89 mile an hour. Congratulations, Eric Humphreys. All right, as a reminder, we have Extreme Small Tire in lane 3 and 4. And now we have Small Tire Streetcar lane 1 and 2. Can we get you guys up the staging when you can? Extreme Small Tire 3 and 4. Small Tire Streetcar lane 1 and 2. Staging lanes are closed for testing. With the two cars that are here for testing, we're going to run you out, but no more testers after you two fellas. So you're okay. We're going to run you out in a little bit. We want to get our finals out of the way first. So lane 5 and 6 for testing are good where they are, but it is now closed. No more testers after these two. Lane 3 and 4, Extreme Small Tire. Lane 1 and 2, small tire streetcar. Ricky Brown, if you're on the property, you won the best reaction time in the extreme big tire class today, sponsored by BBJ 5-Star out of Regina. And we have one more extreme small tire class today and the small tire streetcar final. We got 2 finals left. Small tire streetcar lane 1 and 2, small tire streetcar lane 1 and 2. Extreme small tire lane 3 and 4. Looks like we got our finalist stage. We're just going to touch up the track here for the small tire guys. We want to make sure they can put down the maximum power. I want to sit down, but I can't. Just too exciting. Hector's Grub Hub will be open for a little bit longer yet if you want to get a snack. I know you don't want to miss the last 2 finals here. Hector's Grub Hub is having a chicken souvlaki gig tonight too, so you don't want to miss that. Best damn food you'll have at a racetrack. Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens are still open. I don't know for how much longer. Likely getting down to last call because we're almost done the racing. Souvenir shop is closed. Thanks again to Doreen for running that shop for us today and hosting the 50-50. Thanks again to Russ Flaman, Cody Russo, and Amanda Jasic Flaman for organizing this event for us today. I'm going to chalk this one up to a huge success for SIR. When we can host streetcars of this caliber here at our track in Saskatoon, I really think we hit a new milestone for the track. Surface prep has been on. The track is smooth. The track is level. So many compliments that we've come so far in the last 6 or 7 years. It's incredible. Guys that have never been here before say this is the nicest track they've been on. Nothing but compliments, guys. Oh, Ricky Brown made her to the tower. Congratulations on the best reaction time in Extreme Big Tire today.
Thanks, man.
Too bad you couldn't get to the final, though. I'm not rubbing it in, but, man, your competition was tough. Doug Hash, Dan Vogue in the final.
Yep.
What do you do? Congratulations again. There's your cash prize.
Thank you.
Compliments of BBJ 5-Star out of Regina.
Yep.
You know what? The smell of Barry Stetner's money is something no one ever gets sick of.
Especially when I did the reaction time against Barry.
You did. Yes, you did. Good job again, Rick. Thanks.
You're doing a hell of a
Good to
job,
see
man.
you out. We should start a new show up here, Rick. Win Barry's money. We do have one cash prize left to give out today, but the final's not done. So we are waiting for the best reaction time in the small tire streetcar class. So we'll announce that one when that final is done. Look like we're locked and loaded. The last 6 cars going down this track, the last 3 pairs are in line. So we're going to get our finals done and then send our last 2 testers out, and we are wrapped to a successful first-time event here at SIR. Well, thanks. Thanks again, Barry Stetner, for donating the prize for BBJ 5-star. Ricky Brown said he never gets tired of smelling your money. But now he knows what your pockets smell like, so... You know what? I got to make sure we give credit where credit is due. A huge thank you to Kaylee Daranoski and Amy Schwab for sacrificing their time and slinging t-shirts today for Heads Up Havoc at the tent. They were taking care of the card draws all day. Big thanks again to Kaylee and Amy. We appreciate it very, very much. Without the contributions, our event wouldn't be as good as it is. Putting a little bit of the magic fairy dust down the starting line residue on both sides. We are almost ready for Chris Houston and Mark Nolan. Chris Houston's out of Lethbridge, Alberta, first time at this track, and he said he loves it. Mark Nolan is here out of Manitoba. We don't even have a Saskatchewan member representing that class, so congratulations to Nolan and Mark and Chris for getting to the finals. Should be getting away any moment here right now. Chris and Mark are ready to square off here in the extreme small tire class in lane 3 and 4. All right, here comes your final lane 3 and 4. Extreme small tire. We got a Mustang on a Camaro, some Chevy on Ford action here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your extreme small tire final. In the left lane, you have Chris Houston out of Lethbridge, Alberta, with his 1991 Ford Mustang. And in the right-hand lane, you got Mark Nolan out of Turin, Manitoba, 1980 Chevy Camaro. Extreme small tire final, first annual Heads Up Havoc here at SIR. We got a clean start. Mustang cuts an 030 line right into the end. Mustang 493. Chris Houston runs a new personal best. 493 at 145 miles an hour with an 030 reaction time to go. Total package. Mark Nolan in the right-hand lane. He cut a 170 light. He ran a 484 at 151 mile an hour. OMG. That's a great final for an extreme small tire. Congratulations, guys. Manitoba, you guys are really bringing it this weekend, I tell ya. All right, our last final is coming up right now. This is the small tire streetcar final. Small tire streetcar final. Left-hand lane is James Dick. Right-hand lane is Dennis Drummond. We got another Camaro on another Mustang in a final. These two cars have been bringing it all day. Massive burnout from the Camaro. Left-hand lane, James Dick out of St. Andrews, Manitoba. 79 Chevy Camaro. His opponent in the right-hand lane in the 03 Ford Mustang is Dennis Drummond out of Crossfield, Alberta. We got another Manitoba, Alberta final here in Saskatchewan. Congratulations, Chris Houston. Dennis in the right lane, James in the left. This is our last final for the Heads Up Havoc, and this one will be in the books. We got a clean start. A 1-1 reaction time for the Camaro. Mustang making away at the top. Dennis Drummond, congratulations. 523 on 140 mile an hour. Wow. Congratulations again, Dennis Drummond out of Crossfield, Alberta. 523 with 140 mile an hour. That is a wrap. Our finals are in the books. James Dick, you just caught an 011 light in a final.
Whereabouts is it, Chris, again?
Once again, a big shout out to our sponsors for helping make this event possible. BBJ 5-star out of Regina, Big Merge Tavern out of Dundurn, Ross Electric out of Saskatoon, Poor Boys Customs out of Weyburn, Sewer and Pole and Mechanical out of Saskatoon, Queen City Auto Body out of Regina, Russ Flyman and Agri Services in the Regina area, GB Construction from Weyburn, Triumph Construction from Saskatoon, Ram Excavation out of Prince Albert, Valley Boys Plumbing and Heating out of Lumsden and Craven area, Tech 7 Auto Repair out of Saskatoon, Link Trailers out of Regina, Ashley Wood Vine Photography out of Saskatoon, LB Signs from Saskatoon, High Tech Profiles in Regina, Deck Brothers Performance out of Pilot Butte, and Dyna Crane Services out of Regina. Shout out again to our staff and volunteers today. Man, the prep was good, the track was smooth. Everybody did an excellent job. It is a tough job to be in this tower all day. You're on your feet. So much happens here. I've never done an event like this. I usually just hang out for these street legals. Hats off to these guys. This is a lot of hard work. It's a lot of work. Thanks again to Russ Flaman, Cody Russo, and Amanda Jasic Flaman for organizing the event and putting it on. Everything just went so fantastic. James Gordon, Braden Haru for the live streaming and the recorded streaming for the SIR YouTube channel. I'm sure I'm forgetting something. Nice to see Laura back out again today, of course. It's nice to see everybody here today, isn't it? What a fantastic weekend. I can't even get over how successful this was. Definitely one for the books.
Thank you, Gary.
Last pair of the weekend. This is a testing pair. Well, this looks like we got a 67 Camaro in the left lane and a 67 Pontiac Firebird, aka the Warbird, in the right. I don't know if this was a call out. I don't know if this is for any money, but it's nice to see these boys take one last hit. On the starting line right now, we are between 4,000 and 5,000 horsepower on the track right now between these two cars. Phenomenal. A lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of love, a lot of attention, a lot of money goes into these cars. You know, hats off to everybody who does a build like this. Not for everybody. Warbird's on a path. Warbird finishes up with a 448, 170 miles an hour in the right-hand lane. Little malfunction at the junction in the left lane for the Camaro, but the right lane of the Warbird, 448 at 170 mile an hour. That is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. I need James Dick up to the tower, please. Driver of the 79 Camaro. He is in the small tire streetcar class. He won the best reaction time of the day in his class. Compliments of Key Storage of Wade Key out of Regina. So that is James Dick, 79 Camaro. We need you up on the tower to claim your prize. Hats off to everybody, organizers, racers. What a successful event. We hope to see you all back here again next year. James Dick, 79 Camaro. James Dick, we need you in the tower. James Dick, 79 Camaro, we need you up on the tower. Best reaction time in the small tire streetcar class. You won a prize today. Compliments of Key Storage out of Regina and Wade Key. First and second place, winners and runner-ups in each class. We need you lined up at the winner's circle in the corner of the staging lanes for your photos, please. Ashley Woodbine Photography out of Saskatoon is going to be snapping photos. So once again, winners and runners up. We need you at the back of staging lanes for your photos in the winner circle, please. With your cars, of course. Still waiting for James Dick to come up to the tower, please. James Dick, 79 Camaro. James Dick up to the tower.